Okay, we're live. Yeehaw. I had a day off, guys. I had things to do. Hang on. This cord's all twisted. Okay, that's better. Theme song.
Here's a quick tip for reversing your trailer in a straight line.
Now, this song is a song that Lisa and I have been performing together for quite some time. I don't remember when I recorded this, but since I recorded it, Lisa and I have been performing. So there you are. It's a rather pretty little tune, and it's called Angels. Oh, just my pretty man. I'm sorry, I just turned into Rob Harris. Hang on. Sorry. I think that little blue pill Angus gave me just before I came on started to work. The blood rushed to my nose. Most of you shouldn't have got that joke. The touch of your hand, you take me and let me go. Oh, if our love's unreal, where would we be? How is it done to enter one so easy? Lifted up by angels, higher than the world, strong enough to live down to the sea. Angels never lifted up by angels. Understand, yet never say how every plan, oh, every plan fade away. If not for love, where would we be? Ashes to dust, water to rust away. Lifted up by angels, higher than the world, strong enough to live down to the sea. Angels love, but most love forever. The darkness cannot reach us. Let the angels teach us only love and faith.
Hey, it's this. Had a bad day yesterday on the net. Okay, this Hagmann report with Steve Quayle, the deep states ramping up their threats. It's just come out, so it's new. So let's go to it.
Coming to you from the HagmannReport.com studio, located in the Keystone State, birthplace of a mighty nation. It's your host, Doug Hagmann. Welcome to Hagmann. This is the Hagmann Report, where truth can't be silenced. Never have I been more assured and sure of myself. Truth can't be silenced. Not today, not on this platform, not ever. I want to welcome all of you this evening to the Hagmann Report. Websites to the truth include HagmannReportLive.com, HagmannReportLive.com. That's where you can find the videos, the audios, everything, all right? Popular segments, which, if you'll notice, yesterday's in studio appearance by Russ Dizdar is going up live, or is going up on the popular segments. Hagmann Report Live.
Hey, Pat. G'day, mate. How are ya?
I want to also let you know, Friday, this Black Friday, 48 million Americans still have holiday debt from last year. Don't be one of them. Don't be one of them, okay? Now, having said that, let me go back to Russ Dizdar for a moment. We are doing things on the ground in terms of fighting human trafficking. Before I bring my guests on, Steve Quayle, Mr. Gary Cole, I want to let you know that HagmannStore.com is open. We're opening up today. And here's the deal. We have coffee. Detective's Choice, Patriots, Revolution, blends of coffee, different coffees for your different needs.
Oh, we don't want to buy a coffee. Get the info, Haggy. Hagmann, whatever your nickname is.
Why do I bring this up in the same paragraph as Russ Dizdar? Is because portions of the profits, significant portions, are going to be used or being used to help fight human and child sex trafficking. That's right.
In what way?
Detective's Choice. Double the caffeine.
Oh,
Get your popsicle, K-cups, whole bean, and ground, whatever choice might be. By the way, I spent probably 3 months getting it the way I really like the taste. So there it is, HagmannStore.com. All right. I don't want to keep my guests waiting. We are having some issues right now on the getting them. Okay, we've got the guests, just the video. So if you click your video buttons, gentlemen, Steve, you're good. Mr. Cole, your video button on your Skype. I'm not sure. I'm gonna bring you on, my friend. Oh, hang on, hold on. I'm getting messages from Eric. We'll do it live. Remember that video? We'll do it live. All right. Or the other side. What's that hammering? Who's hammering? Craziness in my ear. Okay. So anyway, it's a great show lineup. Great message. The first hour is going to be just fantastic. Again, Steve Quayle, SteveQuayle.com. By the way, I want to make an announcement. This will be our last. This will be our last live show before Thanksgiving. We are engaged. We're going to be engaged in an operation tomorrow evening. A police detective's we're going to be joining, or a police detective is going to be joining us, or we're going to be joining a police today, however you want to phrase it. But there's going to be an operation taking place tomorrow night. And no, I can't tell you about it. I wish I could, except to say that it's related to something that happened earlier this year, if you know what I mean. I'll just leave it at that. Steve Quayle, SteveQuayle.com. By the way, if you haven't done so, go to his website. It's the Q files. No, look, it's behind the paywall. And I was talking to Steve earlier today, and he said, we're going to have to go this route. And you're right, and he's right. We are all going to eventually have to go behind or on some proprietary base. Because let me tell you something. As I say, the truth can't be silenced. They are trying to silence the truth. And they're doing so through all sorts of active measures. And I use that phrase intentionally. So I would like everyone to visit SteveQuayle.com and sign up for the Q Files 2.0. Please do that. All right. Thank you. We're going to bring Steve Quayle on. Steve, thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you, Doug. You have me now?
We got you, brother.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I just, I want to get my screen fixed up for Eric. Tell me if this is okay.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, listen, today, first of all, I want to start out by thanking all of you who have waited for the Distant Thunders DVDs, which will be shipping next week. What we're going to talk to you today about is what went on in the background, because you have a right to know. And I have sent out to everyone who has, unless somebody's escaped us, send me your emails at stevequayle.com. Steve's, what is my email? I'm sorry, steve777 at stevequayle.com. And we'll get you a limited time Vimeo link so you can watch the Distant Thunders DVD. Now, Doug, this is pretty critical because you were just opening up in your monologue stating that
hey, good to see you, sis.
They've cut us down. First of all, people better understand something. The economic attack, the financial attack on the truth is under full speed ahead. The truth will be silenced. I'm sorry to say that. I'm even in quoting Jesus. Jesus said that the night comes when no man can work. But I wanted to bring Gary Cole on because in my opinion, of all the things I've ever done, I've never felt such personal frustration in trying to get a project out. And when you hear the background story on what went on to bring Distant Thunders, the government agencies' interference with it, the threats, intimidation against Gary and his family openly in public places. And he's been advised by counsel not to name names, and I think that's very wise, but we will be specific. Those of you who have heard me allude to it, now you get it from the mouth of the guy that had to go through it. And by the way, when he was editing, Gary would send me GoPro shots of the lightning storms in Florida where he was at. And Doug, they were off the charts. So this has really been fought with So I'm going to let Gary tell his story, and then I will chime in when necessary. Gary Quayle, ladies and gentlemen, the director, the writer, and the editor of the Distant Thunders DVD, which now is available. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you, Steve. It's awesome being here. Can you hear me okay there?
We can.
Yeah, okay.
Great. Can you see my video? Oh, good. Yeah, it's been quite an adventure. I've been doing this for 30 years, and never in my life have I gone through this Indiana Jones type escapade adventure just to get a project done. But now I understand when you're doing something to expose anything dealing with conspiracies that have any kind of relevance of truth, anything to expose the workers of darkness, anything to expose what's really going on in the spiritual warfare on a biblical text and biblical passages of what we've been covering in this documentary. For the first time, I realize now that there is wickedness out there that will stop you. And I just want everybody to know out there, as a viewer, from watching the Hagmann Report and Steve Quayle for a couple of years, you always go in the back of your mind, man, is what they're talking about real? I mean, is there some real modicum of truth to this, or is it just hype for fear-mongering? I assure you, as a listener and now working with Steve, and it's not Steve, okay, it's not because of Steve Quayle, it's because of the message. And it's because of the timing of the message of what we're trying to warn people about this whole public. And you will put a bullseye on your back. I'm sure you know, Doug, you've gone through your warfare.
It was buffering,
When you
guys.
take a stand for anything and you become any kind of a public figure, or you start to become a public figure, it is vicious. I mean, it is relentless. I mean, would you not agree with what I'm saying here?
Gary, and it's not past tense, it's present tense. Yes, it is absolutely vicious. And people need to understand that, you know, this is not talking about us. This is coming to everyone. And I think if you take a public stand, and I'm going to shut up now, but if you take a public stand, whether it be on social networking or whatever, you are actually putting yourself out there, not just for ridicule, but for takedown. So thank you, Gary. And we appreciate your work, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a labor of love. I really do enjoy doing the work. I'd rather do it for the Lord and for exposing the truth than being part of Hollywood. The last time I was on your show, I believe it was in June or July, I talked about my background with Hollywood and coming out of that fiasco, that literal cabal of satanic worship. And I've learned in the industry, you can't get 5 minutes of airtime. And Steve, have you ever heard of Sherry Shriner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I first heard her and I thought she was nuts. And then I heard different rappers that got out of the industry, and there is truth behind, you're not going to get anywhere in Hollywood. They would state that you're going to hit a brick wall. And if you don't sign in blood, literally become what they call the initiate, or what they would say, you got gravy. If you're not in that little inner circle of, it's just going to sound crazy, but killing babies and being part of the, Pizzagate pedophilia farm out there that our government it's rife with. It's prolific with child abuse. And if you're not part of that and you don't participate in those rituals, you're not going to get the perfume deals. You're not going to get the commercials. You're not going to get airtime. You're not going to get a script. You're not going to be able to direct. You're not going to be able to work on films. And I'll give a good example. My good friend Greg Sims, who did a wonderful job on the music. Doug, I don't know if you've even seen the documentary or heard the music, but
you're talking about, Gary, you're talking about the Distance Thunder soundtrack and the people that have downloaded on Vimeo. Doug was there at Branson, so he heard the music, and it was original to our project. So, yes, he has. I'm speaking for Doug because he may not know what music you're talking about, but for those of you who have seen the DVD Distant Thunders or were at Branson, that is the soundtrack that Greg Sims wrote and directed with Gary's input. So Gary, get
Yeah, I saw that Sherry Shriner, but I haven't looked at much of
understand
his stuff. I must
what
check
he
it out then.
went through, okay? Most people are aware of Satan and Hollywood and stuff. You came out of it. But share what happened when this whole thing started to go south with the, quote, nameless government agencies. Give the background of what you're, and again, Doug, because of the nature of even the phone call we had last night, the listening in, the multiple voices, This is real, people. This is not grandstanding. Gary, give what you went through and your family went through in whatever order, but the deal is, I think it's important that we just go straight there. I don't mean to cut you off, but we only have an hour, so go for it.
And it's a party line out there, folks. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, after last night's discussion, Steve and I hearing voices on our phone the last two times as though you're flipping through a tuner on a radio station where you're going through all the stations quickly, and then all of a sudden this voice comes on, get off now, and then Steve and I were cut off. Steve's a witness to that. We were cut off. Was it 2 days ago, Steve, or 3 days ago, I got a call, said unknown, and they said, we can make you or break you, and boom, they hung up. And I'm like, what? Is this a joke? And I'm sweating like crazy right now. Doug, I don't understand how you guys get on here every single day. I feel like I got a scope on me. I feel like eyes are on the back of my head right now, and I'm a little nervous. I
Probably should
I'm not
be.
making this up. After what I've been through over the last 6 months, I feel like, wow, dare I go outside? Dare I do another one of these videos? And fortunately for me, because I'm a stubborn ox, it just fuels me to keep fighting. And I will say, this whole thing started when the last broadcast we had. I don't know if you remember, Doug. There was a tremendous lightning storm that cut me up. Yeah, and it was loud. I mean, it was. I've never seen anything like it. Right out the windows here, it was like explosion after explosion. And since that moment, Steve saw the video. We've had crazy storms here. Now people go, oh, it's just Florida. No, I've been in Florida all my life, and I've never had how many hundreds, if not thousands, of lightning strikes over my area that I got on video. We can even send the link if people don't believe it. And that was just a couple nights after that broadcast. And so that started this whole, if you want to say, no pun intended, the distant thunders, cascade of spiritual warfare. And what I've learned, I was at a mall. I'm going to not say a particular mall. I'm not going to say what agencies, but I was eating lunch with my parents and just minding my own business, talking about our documentary. And I was surrounded, and my parents were surrounded by 4 unmarked men, I'll say. And they said, are you Mr. Cole? And I'm like, yes. Can you please come with us? And they separated me from them and took me outside by their vehicles. And they asked me all sorts of questions. Steve, do you want me to go into the details of what we talked about? The questions they asked about you?
Yeah, no, leave that out. And I think people get the feeling that they know and they pray for me and you, but I want you to share the man in charge. You need to lay the background. You had talked to your parents about your own project. Someone overheard you and dropped a dime on you to the cops. And then there's 2 points to this, Doug, the cops, local, and then the feds. We'll get to them later. The bottom line is, Gary, I want you to share what the cop told you about when you started telling about Bible prophecy, etc. I think we need to narrow it to that because I want people to get it, okay? I want them to get it, and I don't want you getting lost in the story.
All right.
Okay, loading problems. It's not really a problem, but it just means I've got to reload it. There we go.
About 2 months, maybe a month and a half before this whole incident, this whole public incident, somebody evidently overheard me talking to my beloved parents about the content we're putting in our documentary. And so if I'm talking to you guys right now and I'm saying, yeah, there's going to be uprising or there's going to be a world system to put people in concentration camps or whatever we're talking about, and somebody just sits down and they overhear just a part of the conversation, it could appear as though I'm saying I'm going to do it because they weren't part of the conversation from the beginning. So that's what happened. And somebody took my picture, notified the local authorities and the whole mall, and there's posters all over the mall of me. If you see this man, contact the police immediately. And a month and a half later, the police came up to me and they said, you look like this guy, blah, blah, blah. And I told them what I just said. They probably overheard me talking about our documentary. I showed them pictures and everything we're doing with my work. And the guy said, well, what do you know about 2 men that are going to come? And I'm like, 2 men? I don't understand.
2 witnesses.
He's like, 2 men. We know that you're talking about 2 men that are going to come and supposedly bring death and destruction to the world. And I said, are you talking about Revelation 11, the 2 witnesses?
Yeah.
And that really set them off. Not in an anger sense, but they got very, very antsy. Very antsy. And that's when the other 2 went in and started questioning my parents separate from me. As local authorities will do, they'll separate you to see if the story is straight. And everything I stated, my parents confirmed when they were talking to the other police officers. They were very cordial. They weren't threatening. But Steve, if I can, I'm going to go back to the beginning with the Hawaiian shirts.
Okay, yeah.
Because that happened a month before then. And I was at a coffee shop. I'll leave it at that. I'm trying to leave names out of this. And I was at a coffee shop, a local hangout where I do work. Every night I do my writings there. As a matter of fact, that's my first phone call and contact with Steve was at this coffee shop. And all of a sudden, I'm just sitting there minding my own business, working on this outline for this very documentary we're talking about. And 3 guys came up to me dressed in Hawaiian shirts. And I thought, okay, they're wanting a table or something, you know. And they said, are you Gary Cole? I'm like, whoa, yeah. Do you know a man named Steve Quayle? And that's when I'm like, do I want to plead the fifth here? Do I want to get, you know, they said, we know everything that you're doing. We know everything about him. They started telling me things about Steve and his family, things in Peru that they couldn't have known that this wasn't real. Things that were going on in Peru, current times, even other prophecy teachers that I'm not going to name and implicate in this.
And by the way, this wasn't in Peru at the time they were asking about Peru, Doug. So they had misinformation, partial information, and then they jumped to the gun. And these were the nameless federal agency. Continue, Gary. I want to put that into perspective.
Yeah, they wouldn't identify themselves. The more I would try to get, you know, yeah, but, and try to ask questions, they just kept hammering me. It felt like the X-Files. It was the most strange interview thing. And so I said to them, I said, look, I don't know what you're driving at here. I'm doing a film. And they're like, yes, let's talk about that film. Believe me, I'm trying to remember, because when you're like on the air like now, when you're on stage speaking in front of people, everything becomes a blur. And you're like, did I really do that? Did I really have that discussion? So I'm trying to put the bits and pieces together as best as I can. But they were talking about the 2 witnesses also. And they said, you know, we understand that you met with a doctor on the other side of Florida. I'm not going to mention his name. And this doctor disclosed to you technologies that we don't feel comfortable with you talking about. And they left that at that. And I brought up, do you not want me talking about A, B, C, or D? And they said, exactly. And they kept going around, dancing around the bush, because I think they wanted to know what I knew about that. But then they brought up the 2 witnesses. And I don't know why the agencies are so concerned with the 2 witnesses in Revelation 11. Obviously, in our documentary cover, there's 2 camps of thought to who the 2 witnesses might be. It's either Elijah and Enoch or Elijah and Moses. And they're going to come for 42 months in this 70th week of Jacob's trouble, and 70 weeks of Daniel, the type of Jacob's trouble that is spoken of in Revelation and Daniel. And it's in the tribulation period, and they're going to warn of a coming abomination of desolation by the Antichrist. So I'm thinking, wow, this is incredible. Why do they care about these 2 witnesses? Are the government agencies looking out for these guys? Are they terrorists to the governments? And my mind was just racing at that point. I just kept going, how do they know all this information? And how do they know all this stuff that I've been talking to about Steve? They were telling me things about Steve and his family I didn't even know. Remember, Steve, when I called you and I said, did this happen to you? Did this happen to your family? And how would I know those things? How would I?
And I want to straighten this out. Part of them is based on the antagonist and the lawsuit against us, and a lot of it had to do with personal stuff. And when at one point my wife traveled and she hiked, and I put a handgun for her because I thought she was going into the woods because of all the death threats against my family. Even that was brought out, though. by a certain person and her cadre. And so the deal is that, you know, they obviously had looked, and for the record, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have felonies. I don't even know, forgive me, but not yet, but pretty soon we'll all be felonies. But here's the thing. What they were trying to figure out, and I got some clarification on this, Gary, is the two witnesses, they don't get the Bible. And I told Gary, remember, Gary, we see it plainly in the Word of God, but Jesus said it's hidden to them. So my guess is, Doug, they thought that, quote, I read it, and I want to make this clear. No way have I ever been to heaven. No way am I an incarnation. People have said that. I reject it. But what they're trying to figure out is what is the spiritual ramification on this. And not only was the technology that Gary was going to incorporate into, that cannot be incorporated into the film Distant Thunders, is that it shows invisible stuff. It shows principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness. It shows energy forces. It shows, for instance, if you were to look at, this is real data now, I'm not making this up. If you were to look at Mars through a powerful enough technology, you could see that a certain asteroid and other asteroids aren't just in motion. They're in a form of stasis between the orbit of Mars and Jupiter on the opposite side of Mars that we can see. But the energy field of taking those and keeping them in stasis, or stationary is a better word, could be seen. So, and Gary, I want to make this clear too. We won't say any names because we didn't advise the other people under advice of counsel. But it wasn't me primarily. It was the people that were doing any kind of work in Peru, any type of other talk show hosts, other types of speakers. It was everything. So my take on this, Doug, simply is this: with no Sherlock Holmes involved, or, in all due respect to your profession of detective, or not detective, but private investigator.
Same thing.
The thing is that that threw them for a loop. So continue, Gary.
And before you do, Gary, I just want to say this to Steve and to the audience. Steve, you went a lot of places in that in that segment there. I would urge everyone to listen to all parts of what Steve said. Not to take anything, just listen to all parts of what Steve said. It's so important. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, it's they're telling me things I didn't know. I didn't know Steve had certain dealings. I didn't know about this about his wife. And when I was telling Steve this, I'm sure he's like, what? You know, and I was in shock. I don't know if you guys have ever been in a situation where you're like, are you kidding me? Is this really happening right now? I felt I looked out the window and there was a mile-long UFO just hovering over. This is just so surreal. And so these guys came in, they kept grilling me, and they talked more about the two witnesses than anything. I guess, Steve, they think that they're terrorists of sorts. And I don't know how far down the Antichrist has his claws in the local authorities.
All the way, Gary. The whole world lies in the evil one. There is no place he does not have his claws. None. Settle it.
So I know I've heard all the stories about the Antarctic, the big pyramids. I know, Steve, you wrote a book called Pyramids Beneath the Ice.
Empire
Beneath the Ice. And I know that there's a lot of strange happenings going down there in the Antarctic because all these different world leaders are going down there, even past the peninsula that is very close to South Africa. And I believe it's very well possible, I could be wrong, that the Antichrist, at least the one who will be possessed by Satan, is already staged. I don't know exactly when the two witnesses are going to appear, but that could be at any time. As Dr. Chuck Missler in our documentary stated, time is imminent, and there needs not be anything to occur as far as signs and wonders for the Lord's return and for this happening. And so I do know that these two witnesses are going to be fierce. I mean, we stated in our documentary, they are going to proclaim what we know and believe, and I speak for many biblical teachers, including Chuck Missler, this great delusion, this great deception that, if it were possible, would deceive even the very elect. That this delusion is so strong that it's spoken of in 2 Thessalonians, because these people in the world would rather believe a lie, and because they would not hear the truth, they would not believe the truth, God himself is going to send them a delusion that they will believe. And there's a definite article, as Chuck would say, the lie they're going to send the light that these people are going to come and receive the mark of this wondrous being. And we don't know exactly what he's going to look like, but we do suspect, and it is very provocative with all the data that we've seen, that this could be an alien being, an angelic being of light. And we believe right now that the Pope is possibly the false prophet, either this one or the current Pope or the coming Pope. And that gets us into Tom Horn and Chris Putnam's prediction of the resignation of the Pope and what the Catholic Church is going to do to give power to this being. As a matter of fact, Doug, as we stated in our documentary, we do know that on Mount Graham, there's a telescope called the Lucifer Telescope. And this telescope, these astronomers that Dr. Tom Horn and Chris Putnam were invited to on Mount Graham can't see the star fields because these UFO entities block this Lucifer telescope. And openly and outright, the Vatican is expecting an alien visitor. Right now, the Vatican is rewriting scripture to be able to baptize and welcome in these saviors, these beings of light, to help us to move us along our evolution. And this is what we go into in the documentary. So Steve and I do feel passionately, we feel very strongly that we were harassed in ways some I'm not even going to mention, to not get this out there. As a matter of fact,
Gary, let me stop you too, because I think one of the most critical points of this whole thing today, Doug, is to tell people, do not talk in public about stuff that you're seeing.
Stand there,
take your stand. And
he's got a beard. Same guy that is a bit older with a beard.
Police officer said to you
Stand
when
there.
you started talking about Bible prophecy and all that stuff, please make that very clear and repeat it if you need to. This is what everybody who's listening to this show, not to scare you, but to tell everybody the lateness of the hour. Go ahead, Gary.
Exactly.
I was out there.
Oh no, he's Gary.
I had my camera
It's
rolling.
Gary.
Because
Okay,
I'm like,
I got it
nobody's gonna
wrong.
believe this. I couldn't have the video on, but I held the phone way down and I was taking pictures without looking through the phone. And this police officer, who was a gentleman, kept asking me, so what's he wanted to know more about our documentary. He started writing things down. Yeah, I'm into that. I want to know more about this UFO stuff and your type of ancient aliens type of viewership here. And these two witnesses, tell me more about these two witnesses. And I said, I was going to tell him, you sound like the Hawaiian shirts, but I wasn't going to be sharp. I don't want to invite any trouble. As anybody will know, and don't mention anybody's names nowadays on public because people can literally sue you for anything.
Really?
We don't need any more trouble here. But he was grilling me about the Bible. They were going to watch the trailer at that time to our documentary, A Distant Thunders. And he wanted to know what these two witnesses were coming, what we knew about their plans, and what was going to happen to America. And
Wow.
I wasn't going to go full bore on this officer. I didn't want to get locked up here. We believe openly that America is kaput. According to the Bible, we even go down that road path. I don't know, Steve, if you want me to keep concentrating and talking about the intimidation and harassment.
I want you to, no, here's what I want to get specifically. Tell the people what the officer, Gary, told you about your kind of people, what they consider people who believe in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Run through that. That's what I want. I mean, that's got to be focused on this right now. And then we'll go, because again, we only got about 29 minutes left.
Well, time flies. Well, basically, it was mentioned to me in the most amiable way that Christians, people who are against abortion, people, I think of Mark Levin with this, bless his soul, that are constitutionalists, are considered terrorists. That came out of their mouths.
And you were told that specifically by the head law enforcement officer from his mouth to your ears while you're being sequestered from your parents who are inside the mall restaurant being questioned, correct? Or
yes, it was a statement as a matter of fact.
Okay.
It was like a little side note, it was an addendum to what the real conversation was going on. And I could tell he sort of slipped with that, but I knew that the Hawaiian shirts a month beforehand, we'll call them the Hawaiian shirts, have the same sentiment. We'll call it the sentiment. And they view Christianity, people who are pro-life, definitely people who are anti-gay, constitutionalists, as a threat.
That's
And
me,
it's what I
man.
believe the
I'm
way it was
guilty of that.
stated to me was like a matter of fact. Sky's blue, you know, out of the blue. Here's the sky. You know, it was like no big deal, and that came out. And it shocked me. Out of all the things that they said, that really hit me hard. Wow, we are here. We are in the police state. We are getting ready to lose our freedoms. And in my belief, fully, right now, Putin has come out and said many times on CNN, I'm sure you've heard it, Doug, they want to take out America. He's threatened America, not me. I'm not wanting to do this. That came from the head of Russia. And according to the Bible, Russia.
You know what I had, Gary Cole?
No
Couldn't
better time
find
to
you.
do that is when we have civil unrest in this country, or civil war, dare I say. And so these police, including the Hawaiian shirts, made it very clear that they cannot have people speaking of such things. Christianity, even reiterating. It was tantamount to saying bomb on an airplane.
Yeah,
That's how it felt.
in essence, though, it's the biblical message. Here's, Doug, I think this is really critical. It's the biblical message that they must stop at all costs. The only way they can stop the preaching of the word of God is to kill those who speak it. This is why there's accommodation with the world. Friendship with the world is enmity with God. This is why there are so many people out there, I call them yappers and snappers, that are yappers and snappers. I actually call them jackals and hyenas, which is an Egyptian board game 4,000 years ago. But it conquered this, or it basically illustrates that jackals and hyenas. The thing is that I hope people are understanding what Gary said. Okay, Gary, now go to the second time the men in Hawaiian shirts. By the way, I believe that was a little hello salute to me, because I was wearing Hawaiian shirts, Doug, on my broadcast during that time.
Yeah, and you want me to wear them. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I got you.
You want me to
You
wear
got your own targets on me for whatever reason. I got mine on me, and so I
Hagmann's a funny bugger. I didn't know that.
And I think this is a good time, Gary, too. Let me stop and tell people, thank you for praying for Gary Cole. Thank you, Sue, and your whole house of prayer for praying for Gary. Thank those of you who knew something was going on, instead of saying to me certain expletives, where's my tape? Well, the bottom line is you're hearing the story. And just to clarify one thing, my wife had a perfect record, and she grabbed the wrong purse, got on an airplane. And I want to make this clear for the record. It was my fault. She was released of all liability. And yet the trolls out there, no matter what's ever happened, and, Doug, she landed in Albany. The people in Bozeman screwed up. Do you know how many people in Bozeman get onto aircraft with weapons? And then one of the quote officials, federal officials, said, she's from Montana. It's like freaking Australian football. There are no rules there. And by the grace of God, it was a fiasco. But that's what the story was, ladies and gentlemen. She had no knowledge. It was my fault. When I insist she goes into the woods, what's the word I want? I insist that when she goes into the woods or travels in Bozeman or in the woods, she used to hike in the extreme hiking, she has a pistol with her. I lost a brother in the mountains of Montana to a murderer. It was all my fault. For all of you people that have feasted on that story of 2-3 years ago, that's the true story. But you know what, Gary, I've learned? Truth will no longer defend. It used to be, Doug, you know this in investigative work and law enforcement, truth is your best defense. That no longer exists in America. Would you agree?
Yeah, I totally agree. It almost seems, Steve, like you're trying to defraud the United States of America. Yeah. Go figure.
But ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to that. But Gary, tell about the second thing. Oh, one last thing. Thank you for continuing to pray. I doubt very many of you would keep it together if you had a predator, an armed predator, a UAV over your head at 100 feet. I doubt many of you could. The only reason I can is knowing until the Lord calls me home, I'm not done. And by the grace of God, I have seen it. Even after Branson, Gary, I'll say this. After Branson, We have 5 different agencies represented at Branson that I know of. Somebody in another part of the world was able to see the transmissions, basically saying, do you know what these guys are talking about? What do we do? And they were told to stand down. Because I don't think, Doug, people understand, you know, when it's just your life and my life and Gary Cole's life. I saw what it almost did to Gary, you guys. It almost destroyed him. And Gary, let me speak to this because I've been there too. I doubt many of you hypocrites and you keyboard assassins know what it's like that when you're basically being told, shut up or die. I have, Doug, you have, Gary has. I doubt many of you keyboard assassins have ever had to go through it. And I doubt, Doug, many of those people will stand in the presence of Lord Jesus when they're welcomed into the presence of God unless they repent. So, Gary, go immediately to the second group now, okay? How much time is there separated between the 3 Hawaiian shirts? You know, trust me, they weren't the Hawaiian, they weren't the Hawaiian punch bunch, okay? Go ahead.
Well, from the Hawaiian shirts encounters to the local enforcement, I would say it was a good 4 months. And now that I really think about it, the Hawaiian shirts occurred right around the time that the first report of this individual who reported me at the mall occurred. Remember, Steve, how I was fascinated? It took them a month just to get back to me. And so now that I really put it on the timeline, this linear timeline, that was around that time period. And so that makes sense to me. Right after the Hawaiian shirts, we had a massive explosion where I hang out. There is a gym. I'm really trying hard, guys, not to mention names. You mention names so carelessly, and I'm really trying to pay attention to my words here. And I used to go from this coffee shop, and I'd hang out at this place that was right by a restaurant I used to hang out. 1 hour after I left there at 1 a.m, I got word that there was a massive explosion. And they said it was a gas leak. Okay. Let me ask you guys something. When there's a homicide, and this is going to get to where we're talking about, Steve, when there's a homicide, you don't have 7-foot fences with 4 police patrol cars with their lights on for 5 weeks preventing people in that area. So why did they do that with a gas leak? And I'm not lying about this. For 5.5 weeks, there were constant 4 patrol cars with the lights on, sandbags and fences around that whole plaza area. You couldn't even get near there. And this place was gutted. I mean, it was gone.
This is post-explosion?
Yes. They don't treat homicides that long.
No.
So why would they do that with a gas leak? And I asked another officer from a whole different agency. He's like, no, I am not at liberty to say. Folks, I believe that was something other than a gas leak. I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
And so that's when I went to the mall about a week after that incident, 2 weeks. And that's when I had the first encounter with the local authorities. Well, I told Steve all about this. I know Steve believed me because he couldn't possibly know I knew this about his wife. I'm not psychic. All these things I was telling him about other guys involved in this Peru thing that Steve wasn't even in Peru. But just a long story short, I didn't know the things beforehand that these guys were telling me.
And I can validate that because I never spoke to Gary about that, Doug. And let me share this. And because look, I'm trying to be as upfront as I can be, but what their interest was in the Peru and everything had nothing to do with me. It had nothing to do with me. And for once, gee, it's nice to have somebody else in the focus. But the point is that they were fishing. That means they didn't know everything they thought they knew. But Gary, again, after the second batch, I'm talking now the Hawaiian shirt guys, this nameless agency, were they, did they become more threatening? I mean, obviously they drilled you on the 2 witnesses, meeting 1, they drill you on, me, my wife, blah, 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 the meeting 2. And, this whole thing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make this clear, didn't start because of Gary and I doing the film. It started because someone overheard them in the mall. When local cops get a report like that, it goes into the crime computer, and the feds are notified immediately through DHS and fusion centers. Fusion centers have control of all incoming intel and data. So that's the background on that, Gary. Again, listen, when I talked to you after the second time, you basically didn't even believe you could finish the film. You were beside yourself. Let me share this. I have been to the point where I've despaired unto death. I know what it is personally. I can say that's where you were at.
Oh yeah, I remember the conversation with you. I said, Steve, I was just at my favorite nightly diner. I'm not going to mention the name of the diner. And I saw 2 state police that were canine units come and sit down next to me. This diner is empty at 2 a.m. Steve and everybody that knows me, I'm very nocturnal. I do my best creative work. I'm sure Eric the Tech can agree with this. At night, a lot of creative people like to work at night. They don't get bothered by anybody. And for me, my creative work comes best at night. So that's when I was working on this. So I'd go and take a break, go to this diner at 2 a.m. Been going there since I started my trip to go out to visit Steve with Dr. Paul, I'll leave it at that, back in January. So all this time, this place is empty. So out of 70 seats, these 2 state police dressed in green camos happen to sit right next to my table and none of the other tables in the restaurant at 2 a.m. And they left. And then the next day, guess who appears again? Asking me questions. Now, it wasn't as threatening, but it went back to the 2 witnesses. And they asked about questions about the 2 witnesses, but mainly about Peru. And then they started telling me.
Was this the state police now, or was this the
Hawaiian
the
shirts?
guys?
The state police didn't say anything. They just kept looking at me. What's going on here? Can I even enjoy my eggs and pancakes and be left alone? No, not at 2 a.m. So I called up Steve the next day. I said, Steve, I am not finishing this documentary. I'm not going to do this. I feel like my parents and I have been threatened. I feel like I'm going to die. I'm just going to say it like that.
That's Steve, yeah, that's true.
I told Steve that 2 occasions. I said, Steve, I'm afraid to give you. Doug, I want you to understand, there is 25 minutes on this documentary missing from a very well-known Nobel Prize winning doctor who worked with the CIA. That I will name because that's not a threatening thing. That's just a work. I'm not saying they threatened me. I'm just saying his past. And he told me things I believe he wasn't supposed to tell me. And I'm not saying that to accuse him. He didn't know he wasn't supposed to tell me. And in some way, shape, or form, this, I will say, technology, they didn't want Steve or me talking about. And we're not going to say anything here. But they were very clear. They were very specific with me. So I had to go back and revamp the entire documentary, take all this out, which breaks my heart because I was going to go to the Branson conference, if you remember, Doug. Yep. And I was going to speak. You were going to buy me a steak, if you remember.
I do.
And I was going to speak. I didn't want to go. I did not want to go. And everything I was going to speak about was the subject matter they told me to take out of the documentary.
You were effectively muzzled. I mean, you were effectively silenced, right?
And I believe the only reason.
Gary, let me just speak here to your defense too. It really was triggered, in my opinion, on the isodual technology. And by the way, there are papers on the internet, so nothing we're talking about is a state-sponsored secret or there's classified documents. But here's the deal. The alien tie-in and the time of the alien conference, we had joked on your show, if you remember, Gary said, well, Steve, let's just put a telescope on the audience and I'll be in the back room and the virtual reality headset and we'll see who is and who isn't human. I said, I don't think that would be a good idea in a carry state like Missouri because there'd be a lot of dead aliens and a big, how do you cover that one up? And I'm not saying anybody would kill anybody. I'm just joking. But they didn't think we were joking, Doug. Do you get that now in retrospect, Gary?
Let me mention this. And Steve, you said this about a week or so ago when you were talking about me on this very show. It was in the beginning of the show. And you made a statement, folks, that's no big deal. It's happening to Gary Cole. No, it's coming to you.
Yes.
If you think for a second that it's just Doug and Steve and myself and all these other speakers sticking our neck out on a limb, no. We're just in the front of the line. We're just the heralds warning people that it's going to be you. And if you don't think so, you better get a rude awakening. I challenge anybody that's making fun of us right now, that is saying we're a bunch of kooks or making up stuff just to fearmonger. I challenge you to get on the internet and take a risk and make yourself public and talk about this stuff and really do your research and see what happens. I challenge you. If it's not the criticism, if it's not the end result, or if you survive the minefield of not having a lawsuit, as Doug, you've mentioned in your show before, and Stephen, just the craziest things. Like, I can't believe the things that people are even accusing you of. It's just so bizarre. And right now I'm shaking. I'm not shaking because of stage fright. I could sit here and talk all day. I am shaking on, oh my goodness, am I going to slip up and say something I shouldn't say? And I really believe within my heart of hearts, to the both of you, that first show that we had with you, Hagmann, and I had a horrible camera. I was just unprepared. I'll call it the Distant Thunders show.
Right.
You can put a link up and have people go to that so they know what we're talking about. I believe that opened their eyes, because I believe that these authorities watch your show. It's not a conjecture. I know they watch your show.
Yeah, so we, yeah, we know.
So, and people, you got to understand, I was a listener. I was like you. When I first heard Tom Horn talk about triple helix DNA and spider goats and all this, I said, these people are nuts. They're like crazy, like Alex Jones or something. No. If you get your own public and you go out there and do research, because I'm a film director, I don't like to get in front of the camera. And in this documentary, I'm in nothing but in front of the camera. Ask Eric to test if he wants to be in front of the camera for an hour talking with you.
No, you can't.
No thanks. Yeah, so I don't like it, but I do it because it's necessary. I feel like I was drafted. But I'm telling you, if you think you're sitting there sipping your coffee and having a nice little entertainment time on YouTube, we may not be on YouTube very long. After December 5th or December 10th, I've been notified. A lot of people have been notified. We may not be here. You're not going to get your news source.
And Gary, let me interrupt this, because Doug and I talked about this. After December 1st, or give or take a couple days, all my YouTube, all of them that I have done, that doesn't mean Doug's shows on YouTube or Greg Hunter's or anybody, but my personal stuff that I've done will be behind my paywall, because I'm not going to allow some obtuse lawsuit to say that I said this when I said that or meant this. So it's really important. I want to make this clear now. After December 1st, there'll be one YouTube up saying if all of Steve's YouTube channel is now behind my paywall. If you don't like it, tough. Doug, you and I both know what we've spent in the legal fees in fighting the lawsuit that we've been under for 4 years. We're allowed to say it. It's a matter of public record.
Yep.
And the bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, the lawfare, and I think somebody quoted that, or that's Doug's word that he used to apply on it. You cannot expect any, how do I say this? You cannot expect, equal justice under the law? Because the Bible talks about, now all you guys listen in for all the different agencies, lawlessness. You hate Jesus, you ultimately hate God, but you can't deny that lawlessness. And now even stuff beyond their control and their awareness. You see, because Gary, I think this is the most amazing story from this standpoint. I hated that you had to go through it. Doug, I got to tell you something. It drove me nuts, because I want to thank all of you people that are so patient. Bless you guys. But it drove me nuts because I deliver. And then it went on from 1 month to 2 months. But in the background, Gary Cole is dying. They're threatening him. I mean, it was total mental, psychological torment. And I got to be careful what I say so I don't push Gary over the edge, so that he finishes, because that's important. Gary, share that.
And Steve,
Yeah.
Hang on. I just want to chime in with this. Gary, Steve was so concerned about you. I mean, we would have discussions about what you were going through. I couldn't say anything. Steve couldn't say anything. The people out there that were listening to this had no clue of what you're going through. I'll just say this. I'll back up because we have 9 minutes left. It's just one thing, folks. You have no idea.
It's not even halfway yet, so they do another show as well by the looks of it.
What that man, what Gary Cole has been through. You've got no idea what Steve Quayle and I have been through, but especially Gary, given the fact that, hey, it's almost like welcome to the party, pal. Minus the uppity,
Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead.
And Doug, I want to say this too. It's that important of a DVD. Look, it's not about selling the information that we get accused of. It's about teaching you. Gary was the last man to sit down with Chuck Missler. And if I didn't misquote you, Gary, please feel free to tell me. But Chuck's words to Gary were, he didn't think that, what was it, 98% of, is this correct, Gary? 98% of professing Christians aren't even going to make it to heaven. Isn't that what he said?
He stated in some interview material that in Revelation 3, and I'm going to answer that question biblically here.
Okay.
In Revelation 3, there's 7 churches in Asia Minor, and Jesus is basically doing a report card. And the last church is the Church of Laodicea, and he believed, as I do, that there's 7 literal churches, but they also can be symbolic of church age. And that's the one church that Jesus called the believer, the individual, to come out of. We believe that to be the present day church, the church that Jesus spews out of his mouth, because they were neither hot and they were neither cold, but they were lukewarm. And when Jesus was speaking to that church, they were between 2 cities. One had a hot spring and one had cool spring water, mountain water. But in their city, they had this tepid, putrid, lukewarm water. So when he was speaking to the listener, the audience, they knew what lukewarm meant. Okay, and Revelation was written around 95, 96 AD by John the Revelator. And Jesus was relaying this directly to John as the author, and he stated clearly that because you are lukewarm, I take it because you are PC, because that's what we live in, politically correct, and you don't stand for anything. I would rather you be hot. I would rather you be lukewarm, hot or cold, but because you're lukewarm, I'm going to vomit you out of my mouth. And he had a direct call to the listener to come out of that church. And that is the church age we are in. And Chuck stated very clearly, as I've heard other Bible teachers state, that it was his belief, and he told me this in personal, that a good 97, 98% of people in church aren't going to make it. Matthew 7:21. For many shall say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not done wonderful works in the name and cast out devils in the name and professed and prophesied in the name? And Jesus is going to look at him and say on that day, depart from me, ye workers of iniquity. I never knew you. And then he says, ye workers of iniquity. For many, I tell you, will say they know me, but few will enter therein. That's in the whole book of Matthew, chapter 7. So you have to examine yourself. You can't play games with God. This is about the Son of the Most High God, of Abraham. This is Jesus who is coming back. Folks, this isn't about Doug or Steve or me or the Antichrist, which means in place of Christ, or the 2 witnesses. We're the pawns on the chessboard. Okay, this is about Jesus reclaiming his authority on planet Earth, and these powers that be don't want him to return, especially this Antichrist satanic system. That's what this is about, and I challenge you. And Steve, let me just make this statement. It's very important that I make this statement, because this was going to be my last words at Branson. Chuck, if he was here right now, you know what he'd tell everybody? I'm going to tell you very clearly that this Bible speaks more about the time in which you and I live today than even all the other times of the Bible mentioned, including the time that Jesus Christ walked the shores of Galilee. And if you accept that absurd statement, you failed this test. He wanted you to go out and do your own research and draw from that reliable conclusions. And I challenge everybody, wake up. This is not a game. If you think I'm going through it, or Doug or Steve or Alex Jones is going through it, no. We're just at the front of the line and you're not far behind us. This is not a game. And I'm telling you, this documentary, Distant Thunders, goes into this warning about this delusion that's coming, folks. It's coming. And they did not want this to get out. And Steve and I can testify. I am not making, Steve, am I exaggerating in any way, shape, or form?
Not at all. And Doug, I think people need to know that Distant Thunders is available for viewing on Vimeo right now. You can see the new poster with the 3 aliens on the front of it, the satellite dishes, and the 3 Nazis flying saucers, the Antarctic theme, and they can go there, stevequayle.com. And then the DVDs are shipping next Tuesday, and they're available for purchase too. But for all of you around the world that wonder what's going on in the United States, you need to see this DVD. By the way, the people that have seen it, you know that Gary's pro. Some of the finest animation and computer-generated graphics that I've ever seen anywhere. I mean, you can't knock it. It's that good. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to consider at this point registering for Branson, in July, because it's critical that July is a busy time in Branson. This year, for those of you that sign up for the DVDs, we're going to give you all 3 of the True Legends DVDs.
Guys, Jay-Z's going to Branson True Legends. You know Jay-Z, the guy who hangs with us? He's going to True Legends. The Branson one.
The documentary, The Unholy Sea, The Holocaust of Giants, and the whole thing about the pre-Adamic race. When you sign up on Gen6, GENSIX.com, and pre-order the DVDs, we send those out immediately. It's so important that we get the information into the people's hands, because this year, and I do believe it could be ancient cataclysms and the coming catastrophes, the pre-Adamic era and the return to the days of Noah. And we're in the days now when men will not endure sound doctrine. We'll be talking more, we'll be sharing more. But ladies and gentlemen, please keep praying for Gary. Thank you for praying for me. Thank you for coming in imprecatory prayer against the enemies of Doug Hagmann, Steve Quayle, and Gary Cole, and others who are out there on the front line. We're not saying we're the only guys. We're just saying here are contemporary views into our lives, contrary to all the gerbils out there and the yappies and the snappies, the hyenas and the jackals. And until you have to check your car for bombs, until you have to go, wait a minute, I was just at that place that blew up, until you have to deal with hang-ups, we'll either make you or break you, until you have to deal with people threatening to kill you and saying, we see you, until you have to threaten for people putting your house up on the internet like you did mine and saying, send somebody to go take my picture with a flashlight, and then sanitizing that, and then, somehow that's a threat towards someone else that's got a complaint against me. The people that want us dead are as phony in their, quote, claimed religion as they slander us night and day. Gary Cole, blessings. I'm glad to put a face. I want you to know you must pray for this man.
Amen to that.
Gifted of God, but incredibly under the gun. And by the grace of God, Gary, you're alive. And I didn't think you would make it. One night, I never thought you'd make it.
Wow.
To the following day. I called a group of intercessors. They prayed you through the night.
Wow.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that pray, there's nothing trivial about this statement. I would be dead. I would not be doing what God's called me to do, contrary to everybody else's opinion. And Doug wouldn't either if it were not for your prayers, your support. And bless you. Please take a look at the DVD. Download it on Vimeo. Watch it over the holiday weekend. And the videos ship out next week to all of those that you have bought them. And we'll update you kind of as this thing goes. Gary, God bless you.
Thank you, Stephen, for your prayers. I cherish them and I hold on to them with my life.
Amen. And Gary, before you go, where can people go to get the if this?
Here we go. This is what we're waiting for.
What's this all about? Where can people go for that DVD or the Vimeo stream?
The best place is what Steve mentioned is on stevequayle.com.
Okay.
And they can go right to that direct link. And from there, they'll have 2 choices of watching it on a standard depth DVD, or they can watch it on VOD and HD, which I suggest, because you see more of the information and the graphics that's relevant to what we're talking about.
All right.
That's video on demand.
Yeah, video on demand.
Steve, thank you. Gary, you've done a fantastic job, and I want to say,
Thank you.
in addition to welcome to the party, I still owe you a steak.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that when we go to Branson this year.
All right, brother. All right.
Thank you so much.
Again, gentlemen, thank you so very much. May God bless each one of you. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Happy Thanksgiving. Remember, Jesus is the reason for the season, and without Jesus, there'd be no Thanksgiving.
Amen.
Bye-bye.
All right. Folks, that was Steve Quayle and Gary Cole. What you just heard, holy cow. Look, there's no hyperbole behind any of that. I don't know how else to describe it. I witnessed all of this in real time with Steve. And when I say I witnessed,
Hey James, good to see you, brother. Welcome back.
or getting the information, or this, being updated as to what was happening, and I could not say anything. All right, so you may think, well, wait a second, there's no verification of any of this. Oh yeah, there is. Oh yes, there is. Do we have it? Yep. However, you know, like a weapon, and if a country has a nuclear bomb, when's it most effective? When it's not used, when the threat of use is, sometimes the threat of use is more effective than the actual use. I'm talking metaphorically here, or allegorical, or whatever. I guess metaphorically would be the word. But so understand that there are people who want to, as I often say, shut us down, get us off the internet. And they targeted Gary like I've never seen anyone targeted before. So that's that. Keep him in, keep in your hand.
And they quizzed him about the two witnesses. That's the biggest thing, I reckon.
At HagmannReportLive.com will be all of the information. Now, before we move on, you know, even with all the stuff going on, joybird.com/Hagmann. Let me draw your attention to joybird.com/Hagmann. You know, I like my furnishings, my surroundings to be very me, just me, to talk about. I mean, to represent what I feel. And my wife feels the same way. She likes to have her space just exude her. Your furniture should suit your needs while also feeling uniquely you. So whether you're throwing a Thanksgiving Day party, or just a birthday party, or just having some friends over, or just want to spend the night in with Joybird, you'll be doing it your way. With over 50 fabric and leather options, 3 shades of wood, and over 250 unique silhouettes. Just do the math. Joybird's got a lot to choose from. Now, with Joybird, your personal one-of-a-kind style should match your furniture. Bring your mood boards to life, shall we say, with hundreds of customizable pieces and over 50 fabric options. You know what, folks? It doesn't matter if you're a neutral beige kind of person, or a bubblegum pink kind of person, or remember the 70s orange. It doesn't matter. Whatever you can think of, Joybird can build it. If you need a certain sofa, like the one in my office, I've got to show you that, because really, what a great piece of furniture, handcrafted. Each Joybird produced piece is made with the ultimate care and precision, using real wood, minus the harmful chemicals. Responsibly sourced materials. I was thinking about the harmful chemicals. I was looking at something on the internet, and believe it or not, folks, there was a warning at the bottom of this piece of furniture, at the bottom of the page about this piece of furniture, where it said that the contents contained harmful components. And I'm serious. And this is off of, well, we're operation that requires our presence actually for quite a period of time, and it's going to involve well into the program time, and it has something to do with something to do with what happened in the middle of the year.
Oh, his son
But let me tell you
died.
something. We're coming. So anyway,
His son died in June of a heroin
watch
overdose.
Patreon. I'm going to be sharing some information there to the best I can, the best of my ability, Patreon. And I hope to create some videos as well, some you and I time. And I want to thank all of our supporters of Patreon at this Thanksgiving. I'm going to hit my knees, as I do every night, but especially thanking all of the people who support this broadcast, whether it's Patreon or PayPal or by mail. And by the way, I read everything. Can't respond to everything, but I read everything, and I thank you. And I know Sandale from Sandale.com, he thanks his patrons, members of Patreon. He thanks them as well. And folks, if you are looking for someplace to support, in the alternative media, Sandale, let me tell you something. You won't find a better person to support than Stan Dale. Stan and Holly. There it is right there. Stan and Holly Dale.
Okay, loading problems, not really problems. Just means I've got to reload it.
Their work, I believe, look, I'm a member. My wife and I are members of this together. I believe it's second to none. And by the way, and I know I'm kind of taking some of Stan's time here, but Stan will never Stan won't say, but please join me on Patreon. I mean, because he just doesn't. I mean, somebody needs to say, you got to support Stan and Holly Dale. And I really believe they're worthy of our support. But Stan's work product, to me, is unassailable. Well, unimpeachable might be the more accurate statement. And I just want to say that. So Stan Dale, thank you so very much. And I hope you and Holly have a wonderful Thanksgiving leading off that. Right now, my sentiment, and I thank you for being who you are, what you do, and Holly as well in your fur babies. Thanks for your patience, sir.
Welcome back, Han.
Thank you. Yeah, it's almost Turkey Day for some of us that are not involved in an action, but I understand, and yeah, I hope it works well.
Me too.
There are a lot of things to talk about today. I've gotten a lot of email about this show that Tom Horn did with the Gilberts on Skywatch TV about the Apophis asteroid, and the fact that Tom Horn did find this article and the paper, which I've downloaded and been reading, about the eras, the calculational eras that the NASA satellite, what's it called, NEOWATCH, I think it is, that has been cataloging all these near-Earth asteroids or meteors, some cases, using infrared, the heat signature. And the NASA program with the NEOWATCH satellite and the infrared cameras use statistical guesses about some of the data involved in the orbits and sizes of these asteroids. Now, this can be significant when you have a large orbit and an unknown spin of the actual asteroid. And as Tom Horn's report on the show said, this could mean that the Apophis asteroid that will come close, according to the official NASA estimate from the NEOWATCH satellite, it'll come close to the outer orbits of our stationary communication satellites around the planet in 2029. Now, the problem is that they use what's called the Monte Carlo method, the gambling method of probabilities of the size, shape, and variability of the orbit of asteroids, because there are so many asteroids out there with so many local gravitational fields and certain instabilities in the sun as well as the solar wind, that you can estimate, kind of guesstimate would be the thing, where the orbit will be in a year, and 10 years, and whatever. And the further out you get, the more error occurs in where you guess, because certain things can affect it that you didn't know about. Now, this asteroid Apophis is so close already in 2029 to impacting the outer layer of our satellites by their kind of pretty accurate guesstimate that anything between now and then that disturbs its orbit even slightly, because it's got a long way to go before we reach 2029, could make it either get further away or get closer to actually striking the Earth, which is a bit frightening when you realize that the data that NASA is supplying and the Near Earth Orbit Project are supplying are their best guesses from the data. Because they don't have enough information, accurate information out there on all these meteors or asteroids to be totally accurate. And they can't foresee certain things happening in the sun that might affect the orbits of these asteroids significantly. I know it means that you don't sleep well at night if you realize that this darn thing could hit us. A little glitch in its orbit 10 years out could make it just run straight into the Earth. Now, let's assume that it does strike us. Does that fit with biblical prophecy in the book of Revelation by John? Yes, there is going to be a burning star fall into the oceans, pollute the oceans and the waters and make them bitter with probably some metal salt of some sort in the progress of the tribulation period. So if that's in the last part of the tribulation period, then that would mean the tribulation period would start sometime around, let's see, instead of 2029 or 2022. If it's in the middle of the tribulation period, then the start of the tribulation period would be like 2025. We're, like 5 years out, and instead of like, 3. So anyway, or 3 or 2. What I'm saying is we should factor this into the prophecies that were given to John about this age to let us know where we are in God's timeline and when all these things will come to pass and fulfill prophecy and lead to the destruction and the entrainment of Satan and his followers. So this is why this Apophis asteroid and the accuracy of the data is important. The Skywatcher are saying that it could be the wormwood spoken of in the Revelation of John. If you look at slides 43, 44, and 45, you can link to the discussion that Tom has with the Gilbert theorem, Skywatch TV. There's another one available on your show where Steve Quayle took over a 2-hour discussion. I saw that you'd already covered that. But just putting my spin on it because of the emails I got, I'm adding to the information you've already supplied to your listeners. Slide 44 takes you to a program of NASA that allows you to run the clock backwards and forwards a day at a time, years at a time, whatever, to see where Apophis is and where its projected orbit will be. There you go. And you can dial up the top right of the screen. You can dial in the factors you want and then push the right double arrow pointing to the right. You can hit that and it'll start moving the planets, the asteroids around. Oh. That's right, Eric, you've got it there. And there's another slide, 45, which is just showing where our communication satellites are, the outer band, and where Apophis, according to their best guesstimate at the moment, will enter our the Earth system, Earth-Moon system. And you can see over there that it clips the outer edge of our satellite communications. Even though it looks pretty close together there, when you expand everything and put it in relative size, chances are Apophis at that point would just scoot in between our satellites, and about the only thing you might see is a slight wobble in their orbit caused by the gravitational field of this asteroid. That's based on what is accepted as the best guess, the main path plotted by them. It's just too close to not pay attention to. Now, there may be others. They found errors in calculations in this report. It's called an empirical examination of neo-wise asteroid analysis and results, where they show not only is the change or the possible error in the Apophis asteroid, but in about another 100,000 asteroids that and meteors that they have plotted and put into the various reports. So with this potential error in all these things, and these are only the 10% that is actually discovered, then the other 90% floating around out there, we don't even know where they are. So it'll be like the other day, last week or so, when we had one come by and it's, we just found one that went by. That gives you a lot of confidence in what man's science can tell us. No offense to NASA and to the teams. They're doing the best they can with the instruments and the mathematics they have and with the knowledge of what asteroids and meteors that they can see, can detect. But just, understand that man's science is built upon a very kind of flimsy database. And we could be surprised tomorrow.
I think you do a nice job in supplementing the data that we receive. Frankly, I'm glad to have you as kind of I don't want to say resident expert, maybe as an expert to turn to kind of go through all this. I mean, and all of the findings about this asteroid are consistent with your findings, correct? I mean, everything. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I mean, this is something to be concerned about.
Well, not to be comfortable about, any of the near Earth orbit plots that are given to you by NASA. Not NASA's fault. I certainly not blaming it. I know a few of the engineers. It's not their fault. They have time-tested formula and methods of calculating orbits. I've used those equations too. But in the end, if they don't have accurate data as scientists, they can't give accurate results. And so you don't want to sit and be comfortable in saying, yeah, we're clear for 9 or 10 years, and probably after that, because NASA says so. You should read the codicil, or you should read the provision that says, as best we can estimate, and understand they aren't perfect because the data is not perfect. I cannot access their data. I mean, this is inside NASA and NeoWatch, and they take their data and they process it.
It's not a reasonable way to talk. It's just ridiculous. That's true. Yeah, that's so true. Hang on, Tez. Guys, I'm on the phone to my brother, so the screen just froze. I'm just going to reload it and finish the combat. Not finish, but keep talking here, so hang on. Sorry, Tez, I got my show going. You know I've got a show? You heard somewhere I've got a show, didn't you? Okay. Guys, I'll be back when I hang up. Sorry.
And they process it. I can say that the orbital equations that they use are complex. They have the multiple body perturbation problem, multiple gravitational fields of objects affecting each other. And this has been a rather difficult solution for over 150, maybe 200 years for physicists trying to determine the effects of other bodies on other bodies that are affecting other bodies. It's a very interactive problem. So don't get comfortable. Understand that we could be seeing this, surprise asteroid impact tomorrow. I mean, we see evidence of that. This Apophis one, if this is the one spoken of as wormwood in the Revelation of John, is about maybe 1,200 feet or so in diameter, 370 meters. Compare that to the asteroid that I found that caused the Great Flood and shifted the surface of the planet around 128 to 130 degrees. Hit off the coast of India, the Kodapa asteroid. That one, instead of 1,200 feet in diameter, was over 15 miles in diameter, traveling very fast. So compared to the Flood asteroid, this is a tiny one, but it's a big enough one to cause a lot of damage across the whole planet from tidal waves and orbital dust and all kinds of things that are byproducts of an impact of something that large.
So wear your water wings and walk around with a bicycle helmet on, right?
Yeah. Stay close to the Lord and live your life. Don't go in a cave and wait for it. If you're good with the Lord, you got to die sometime. And, if you're in his care and that's the time you're going to die, I assume it would be pretty quick. If you look at the scenarios, the videos I put showing that asteroid impact. Anyway, I wouldn't put that on my today list of worries. I just consider that, what's been said, it's not totally accurate, and get on with life. There are other things that we need to deal with here on day to day.
Amen.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay. And I thank Tom Horn for bringing that to the attention. I didn't know the accuracy of the reporting until he said the report that he'd read, and I looked at it and thought, good grief, he's right. I should have known that. Now, we've got a few other things facing us in the Middle East. In slide 47, the Israeli Attorney General tells Netanyahu, you can stay in office for now. And he's got several, charges against him, like President Trump does, to try to kick him out of office. But even in his own party, the Likud party, I think he's got 80 to, that's closer to 90% support from his Likud members to retain the seat of prime minister in the Likud party, which is great news because to let them stay in power like that's good. And you ask yourself, would the blue-white party against, would they be a good party to be in power under Gantz leadership rather than Netanyahu in a war with Iran? Now, the war with Iran is close. I mean, we've sent, aircraft carrier and fleets over into the Persian Gulf, or the Arabian Gulf, they call it now. We've got 10,000 troops over there landed now then to help Israel against Iran's attack. It is coming. They've said it's coming. They've given us warning. In fact, if you look at slide 40, and click on the text, you can look at the big picture if you want to click on the text to go look at the article.
While he's doing that, I want to ask you. I thought of this, or thought of you when I saw these show images. Isn't it interesting the parallels between Israel and the United States? And the second thing is, can you imagine this happening under the Obama regime in terms of the war footing and what we sent over to defend Israel? I don't think that would have happened under Obama. I'm just curious of your thoughts.
Oh, it wouldn't have. I mean, any president, the United States, it goes over into the Middle East countries, to the Arabs, and, bows down to local sheikhs and stuff, and the Arab kings over there is, in my opinion, a weak sister. He shouldn't be president. He's not the kind of president that we need at this time. He's too weak.
Exactly.
I'm entitled to my opinion, but that's what it is.
I agree. Okay, if we have that slide, there we go.
Okay. Now, Iran will destroy the United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia if they cross Tehran's red line. Well, let's kind of look back at what President Netanyahu found and revealed earlier in the year about all of the stuff they found and confiscated over with one of their spies there in Iran of what they were preparing in nuclear weapons at that time. And Netanyahu says, see that red line? They've crossed it. That was, like 10 months ago they knew that. And now here we hear Tehran saying, if you guys cross the red line, we're going to take our Revolutionary Guards and head for, Jerusalem. And that the Quds force, the QUD force, is the Jerusalem force under the command of General Qasem Soleimani, another Solomon, in Iran. And they plan to march straight to Jerusalem and take it over, destroying, property and people as they go. Now, the United States, under our president and our military leadership, are over there now discussing these things and how to protect Israel against an Iranian attack, which Iran is so darn close in miles to Israel that the minute it launches these missiles, we've got to be able to take them down within 30 seconds. Detect them, locate them, plot their intercept course, and shoot them down. That's just for those. There will be ground forces that will apply other types of things to hurt Israel. But this is going to be a war, a very short-lived war. And I suspect, Israel and the United States with it will have to protect themselves there, and our troops and the Israelis, from this attack. And it will be a violent protection, which I suspect will see tactical nuclear weapons used against Iran to stop their tactical use of weapons against Israel and our forces there. That happens, the Middle East will erupt in a cry of, oh, hold the script here just a second. We can't have a nuclear war spreading through the Middle East and into the rest of the world over this. Let's get Israel together and let's talk peace. Let's control these nuclear weapons exchanges. And I think that's when the peace treaty that the Antichrist endorses or ratifies will be signed by Israel and several of the Arab nations around. Anyway, it's just coming so close to fruition, that whoever signs that pact, ratifies it, there will probably be several of them. But one of them is going to be the Antichrist that will be revealed.
Wow.
So anyway, that's why it is. Well, in slide 41, there's another link to an article there where,
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Let's see.
My brother rang me and had a bit of a chat with my brother. Sorry.
Okay, former IDF figure.
Okay.
Okay. Said Israel has to prepare for an attack from Iran. And this is like, open discussion in the press, which tells Iran and its supporting proxies, through, say, on the Levant there, to get ready because we're going to fight.
G'day, Bruce.
And this was released today, this article, publicly stating to the enemies of Israel that hang on, batten down your hatches because we're coming for you as well. The Lebanon is an asset. Syria is an asset to Iran.
What?
Oh.
How much? No.
It's becoming very clear that the situation is leading up to that exchange that is going to make the world cry out for,
G'day, Bruce.
a
I seen we had a troll.
anyway.
Yeah, and what, folks, by the way, to follow along, and I've gotten an email about this. You go to standeo.com, click on the show images page, and then just go through and you see the picture and my picture go on, and you'll see the show images right there. Very clean, very easy way to access the show images page.
Still half an hour left.
All right.
Yeah.
I've got another good Hagmann one next.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a bit more light here. I can see
Time to race is over.
my levels are dropping on your screen. Okay, there we go. That's better. Another kind of interesting thing, which is not war or anything, but slide 42. The space station, so the astronauts filmed a sound wave. Now, Eric, if you click on the article and look at and of course there's the picture you've got, I put in a still of that, but this is a wave pattern in the atmosphere made by something. It's not just a natural progress. Now, this thing was traveling hypersonic and left this pointy arrow crystal
Oh, tell me where you
in its
been.
wake in the atmosphere. So what was it? Now, they don't know officially. The cameras did record it, and it was a real photograph, not doctored or anything. So was it a UFO? Something like this cutting through the atmosphere to me sounds like standard technology, like an impulse-driven missile or perhaps a meteor coming in. But this is at such a flat angle that it's probably a man-made traverse of some vehicle traveling using. Well, they could be using electromagnetic or anti-gravity type propulsion, but because of the wake it's leaving, this leads me to think that it's kind of a thrust reaction device, an aircraft or missile or whatever. But definitely an interesting photo. They found something that made these sound waves, these patterns in the atmosphere as it traveled through it.
I don't want to sound stupid, but I'm going to anyway. Am I looking at the white? Is that, when you say atmosphere, are we talking clouds or are we talking?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
yeah, if you go over the actual page article and look down about a third of the way, you'll see through the camera that had a camera over a limb, like a Canada metal.
James, I'll be going for a couple of hours yet, mate, so you make it back good. If not, good night, bro.
That was, kind of misleading because it's so perfect. But if you just scroll down to the thing, I guess about a third of the way down the page.
Yeah, sadly, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we can't do that because we're somehow blocked. So,
sorry. Well, anyway,
yeah.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah.
That's Express in the UK. I guess a lot of these places are putting, barriers up if you're not supporting as a member of their newspaper clientele or whatever. But anyway,
and we don't have we got ad blockers because otherwise we would take that down our system. So we apologize. But
oh yeah, I see. I get a lot of those here too. Anyway, in the upper left hand, let's see, of the image that you're looking at there on my website there, go upper left hand in your mind and say, okay, what's above that? And you'll see that there's broken clouds. So it would tell you that this is a kind of a consistent cloud cover over the area where this high speed, whatever it was, zipped through our atmosphere. Weird, isn't it?
Interesting, though. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, even the angle of it, I think, is around 22 degrees spread. Is consistent with like when a boat goes through the water, it leaves a spread trail of a certain degree. Usually it's around 22 degrees. It's something moving through something else and creating waves, bow waves, which are separated. Those make those little branch-like shapes along the path there. And that's inertial curl or wave action from a bow of something moving mighty fast in the atmosphere.
You know, I remember a day I got to watching videos of, what do they call that when the air comes off the wing of an airplane and it does those curls,
They're usually drag curls.
Okay.
The skin of the aircraft slows down some of the air by hitting it and deflecting it, and the air curls around and meets itself, and it forms this wave, this local wave. But when you break the sound barrier, you punch through one of those waves, and you're ahead of it then. But it's a drag curl.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I brought that up was something like this that we're looking at. How long would that, if you were in an aircraft going across that, you know how airplanes have to stagger their takeoffs and landings because of the disturbance in the air, obviously. And in case people didn't know that, that's what happens. You just can't have planes taking off right behind one another because of the air currents. So how long would you have to?
Well, this one I wouldn't worry about as far as aircraft, because this is up above the normal cloud levels that the aircraft fly in.
Okay.
And this is why NASA thought it might be some sort of a spacecraft that produced this.
Okay. Yeah, you did say that. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. But the disturbance in that, regardless, the disturbance there would last quite a while, I suspect.
Yeah, well, yeah. Portions of it would. If you look at a lake where powered boats have passed across each other for several hours, and they're long gone and parked or wherever they're going to, you'll still see flat pathways in the lake surface produced by the waves that this boat's made. It's like that in the air as well. How long would this be resident in the atmosphere? I don't know the length of the space, and the shortage, how short the time was in the photograph. So I couldn't really make an accurate estimate how long that'll hang around. But it's.
Well, very interesting nonetheless. Excuse me, folks. I just want to mention one thing. Hey, folks, Black Friday's coming up. If you do your shopping then, I got a deal for you. EMPshield.com, EMPshield.com/Hagmann. Okay, EMPshield.com/Hagmann. Use promo code Hagmann for $50 off. That's EMPshield.com/Hagmann. Use promo code Hagmann, $50 off. Stan, I want to thank you for that. And I tell you what, people shopping Black Friday, you've got the ultimate sale there on the screen. So it's good to know that. Hey, folks. Hey, family listening.
Hey, there's another discount on top of your discount. Look at that.
I see that.
Holy cow.
Yeah, you're just giving things away now.
Yeah, well, that's 30% off the list. That's a good price. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they've got to use your code in that one at the coupon shop if they allow to use both of them. I think they probably do, but wow.
I'll tell you what. And thank you for coming up with, and I mean this, where would we be without you coming up with this? And I'm not trying to be stupid. I'm not. You gotta start somewhere, and I want to thank Stan for his gracious gift of the $50 off the promo code, as well as the technology behind it. He thought of it. I mean, he created it. It's him and his team. It's good stuff. So thank you.
Well, I think also my partner Tim, who did 95% of the circuit design and stuff. The concept is one thing, but circuit design is another thing. Knowing which parts will do what you want to, and things like that. And then after that, you've got a team. Gosh, I think we've got 26 employees now in the factory. It's huge, and still dealing with various government departments, kind of behind the scenes.
And
Yeah.
that's cool. That's quite the wow. No, and there's no underage slave labor being used there. There's no. It's not Nike or I'm sorry, did I say that? I'm not allowed to say anything like that. It's not a sneaker company or a basketball company or whatever. So
no, these are all good residents of Burlington, Kansas, and nearby cities. So just good folks. There are a couple other things here. The squad, the 4 members of AOC and Omar and the rest of them in the House of Representatives, they've been problematic. I've talked about it before they even got elected that they were going to be a problem, and they certainly have proven to be so. Now, slide 46, just a brief article about Ilhan Omar, and there's a picture over there on that slide. Now, the Florida court says here's a Democratic congressman is said to have passed information to Qatar, the Qatar, the Middle East, which is subsequently handed over to Iran. Now, here we have an American naturalized American congresswoman who is passing secrets to our enemies. In my opinion, that woman and anyone who does that kind of stuff is committing treason and should be tried as a traitor, a treasonous traitor, and given the death penalty.
amen.
I have no qualms with that at all.
Wow, from a
We
Christian
accommodate
channel.
her and her culture, not religion. This is a cultural thing regarding the whatever she wears on her head. Come on, folks. I mean, that's you're exactly right, Stan, and it pisses me off to no end. And I'm sorry for the language, but it does.
Yeah.
That'd be like, well, it's just treasonous. And yeah, you're right. I was going to try to equate it to something, but it is what it is, and that's not right.
Well, I can only hope we last until the 2020 elections and these clowns are put out of office by the voters who see what they're doing. They are against us. They are in our House of Representatives, but they are enemies of ours, openly doing things which are against the United States. They are not protecting the United States against clear and present danger, etc. They're not, really honoring the flag of the United States, the republic for which it stands. They are not doing this. They are our enemies and should never have been allowed to take office in our government. Never.
And if you look at how this happened, she was elected. I mean, look at where the district where she's from. That whole district was constructed from Somalian immigrants. Okay, and it's not representative of the United States. It's representative of the interests of a small group of immigrants allowed into this country, and I'm sure a lot of them illegally. Stan, what would happen, do you think, if somebody went? I mean, what you just showed there—that's criminal. So, what would happen, do you think, if she was arrested?
Well, I'm sure there would be a backlash reaction by the Somalis that support her in our country and perhaps overseas as well. I'm more concerned about the ones that are on the land here, but you can expect that, and you can expect a bloody nose when you fight for what is right. And we have a president now then that is a scrapper, and I think he should take this on.
I think so.
Legally, he's entitled, and actually, he's got to do that as a responsible president of the United States to weed out treason within our government. We cannot have fifth columnists in our government, especially handing over data to Iran, who's threatening nuclear war to Israel and to our troops, and possibly even over somewhere in the United States East Coast from seaborne missiles. I mean, this woman's got to go. She's not an American. She really is not serving our best interests.
No, I totally agree with that, and I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad you're making this. I'm glad you're making a stand on this, because we need to, folks. You know what? We need to be more proactive. I think it's just me and Eric and I were talking about this pretty much all day today. We need to be more proactive and demand results. Judicial Watch just came out with a report about the emails and Hillary Clinton emails. I mean, so many things. We still haven't addressed the lawlessness, and the lawlessness continues today. This, however, is beyond lawlessness. This is deliberate takedown. And imagine, would we have, Stan, Would we have put up with this back? Oh, I don't know. During the Reagan administration, do you think?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
There it is.
No. I mean, we have gone so far downhill in this PC environment that we've let the enemy through the gates. The barbarians or at the gates. Now they are through the gates and amongst us. And that means that each of us individually must now be very responsible in speaking out and hopefully getting our government to do the right thing and return to sanity and get rid of people that are trying to kill us. I mean, this is all it amounts to. I don't care whether she wears a turban or not. If it's a she or a he or what, or a she, he these days. But, you know, if they're doing the wrong thing legally, you know, and need to be punished and, you know, given a fair trial but punished, let's do it. Let's don't maybe around. But speak out at the polls when you vote and get rid of these Democratic infiltrators. They come in as Democrats, not to blame the Democratic Party, but these people are using the Democrats as a base to bring down the country. So, you know, the Democratic Party has to organize itself and oust or censor these people so they can't do any more damage. I don't know what it takes. I mean, it's logical.
Well, maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Maybe it's too logical. But yeah, we can't have the enemy within destroying this country, and this is exactly what's happening. And you know, imagine how Israel would feel in this case, the government of Israel or the people of Israel. Man, what are you doing? You're selling us out. So anyway,
yeah. I mean, of course, they've got their own problems with the left trying to take care of Netanyahu and get him out.
Yeah,
the United States and Israel are considered to be little Satan and big Satan, being United States by the Islamic terrorist factions in the United States. In the United States, but also in the Middle East. There are peaceful Arab Islamic congregations, you know, Sunni type Muslims, but then the Shiites are definitely antagonistic and terroristic toward the United States and Israel. We have to draw that line so that not all Muslims are blamed for what some are doing.
Exactly. And you know, I've seen the rise of anti-Semitic. Obviously, we want to temper our speech. Not all Muslims are strap wearing, bomb wearing, you know, activists or warriors. And not all members of not all people in Israel are stereotypical of the Jewish people. Help me out, Stan. I'm going to get in trouble here.
Of the class of Jews that are probably Khazars, you know, the European, which are, you know, part of the world government thing. That's different than the Jewish folk in Israel and the rest of the world that are Sephardi, you know, from their bloodlines and customs go back through Spain back to Israel after they were dispersed. They speak a different accent even on Hebrew. The Sephardi, the soft accent, the same accent used in the time of Jesus in the temple. So they are the true house of Israel, spread all over the planet. There have been others that have come into it through the Khazars. It's a long story, you know it already.
Yeah.
But part of a world government push. And it's, you know, I hesitate to talk about it because I know that people will go off half-cocked and say all Jews are bad because of some that are not even really from, you know, Israel. It's a synagogue of Satan. You know, they were bad.
And, you know, Stan, how do we stop that? I'm trying to be reasonable here, and I know you are too. How do we stop this? Because I just see it getting really nutty and out of control. And I mean that.
This is chaos in the world. Satan is behind it. Has been organizing this for centuries, millennia, actually. But it's coming to a head now. And for those of us that have Jewish blood, and those of us that help the Jewish community, the real Hebrew community, we're going to be targeted, if we're not already targeted, for helping to preserve the tribes of Israel, you know, God's chosen people. You just have to realize that even the Bible says that they're going to be the synagogue of Satan. Beware of that one. That's not the house of Israel. You've got to be able to separate that in your mind. I mean, we send money as part of our tithe to Israel to help feed children, and some of them are not even Jewish, but you know,
Sure. Somewhere here, perhaps. I would suspect.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And we're not trying to help the enemy. If you consider the Khazars the enemy, we are simply trying to help people that can't get food and shelter and jobs there, and who are just average people, not running a country, not trying to be a world government leader, and that kind of stuff, just people. So we do support that side. My grandmother was Jewish, so I have a close connection to the community there, and I have a mezuzah on my front door lintel. Not that I always use it, but it is there for a purpose.
You know what my great grandfather's name was? Can I say this? Am I allowed? Okay, it's Levi. So
you and I, hey, there we go.
So
Holly and I are giving each other a present of this DNA testing this Christmas to just see what percentage is there. She part of her lineage is a KOCH cook, which are from Germany, but what the Jewish connection is, we're going to see.
Wow.
I look, to me, it's a merit badge, that I was born into and you were born into. So anyway,
it's probably, to me, I don't know, genealogy. I've always had an interest in genealogy, and sadly, my there's not a lot of information on my mother's side. More so on my dad's side because they kept records pretty well. But anyway, I guess I does that make me Jewish, by the way? If my mom's got some.
Well, look, to a percentage, yes. I mean, depending on what's on your father's side here.
Hey, you boys, welcome back, sis.
Certain privileges of rank in the Jewish community. The DNA testing is basically to show that you do have a blood connection to the House of Israel that comes up that way. As I say, to me, it's a merit badge. To others, maybe not. But when Hitler was in power, if you had, a 16th Jewish blood in you, you were RS, and it's a bit it went to the camps.
Yep.
So how much is enough to get persecuted? It's certainly not like Pocahontas and what her micropercent of Indian blood was.
Yeah, what the heck was that? Like, some obscure. But by the way, I'm going to get emails on this, and there are going to be comments on this undoubtedly. Are you okay with the DNA testing? I mean, are you?
Oh, I thought about not doing it for a long time, but for Holly and I, we're known to have that affiliation. There's no secret about it. So for us, it didn't matter. For others that don't want to be, rounded up on their blood type, but then maybe it's not wise to do a DNA test. That would be my thought.
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious because I know I'm going to read.
Okay, loading problems, which aren't really a problem. This is nearly over.
I'm going to be reading the comments and just say, okay, well, Stan, why are you doing this? Why are you sending your DNA? Whatever.
Hey, they can say that, but my point is still the same. I'm already marked, and so, I mean, okay. So for us, we can be curious and find out, but without adding to the threat to us anyway. We're already listed.
Yeah, we're right there. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right.
Yeah, so now, okay, on slide 45, a bank collapse in China, $40 trillion debt heading to economic collapse, and the Chinese yuan crash. And if you click on the article, you'll see that at least 500 Chinese banks have been flagged already for potential collapse. Now, they own our big chunk of American debt, treasury bonds, right? So if they go down, who gets the treasury bonds? Who collects for them? That's 13% of the financial institutions of China are at high risk of collapsing. We're not an island. We are linked to them financially, and so we have to see what's going to happen to our banks. The bank where Holly and I bank, we just got a letter last week that said after 23 or 22 years of whatever dealing with it, you're going to have to either go to one of our other branches in the city or to another bank because we're closing your bank here out here where you live. And it was a surprise to the staff as it was to us. So why are they cutting back expenses in this bank and other banks to get ready for this global economic collapse that will ensue when China goes down or 13% of the banks go down? This is I brought this up because we're not alone all by ourselves in either. We are linked to the world economy and to China hugely, bigly, as the president would say. So keep an eye on your banks. Check and see what the bank ratings are periodically on the site that rates banks, and see if you're like the banking Better Business type listing has downgraded your bank or is it about to or whatever, to see that your assets are protected as long as we have banks and things that work like they used to.
Yeah.
Now, okay, now slide 44. It's not like a heavy factual thing, but the WeWork founder, Adam Newman, was giving a blog, and he said that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Jared Kushner, and himself would save the world in his dialogue there. Basically, saying that any of the three of them, including him, obviously Newman, MBS, and Kushner, know how to solve the world and have world peace. So I don't think that this guy Newman could do it, but still, he's recognizing the fact that Kushner and Mohammed bin Salman are capable of bringing world peace in the Middle East. Anyway,
it kind of takes me back just briefly to the Arab Spring and how that started. When you were talking about Iran earlier, I know Iran, all that started back. How far back did this want to go? But go back into the 50s. But more recently with the Arab Spring and realignment of power. So I guess in more recent history, I'm thinking all of this now kind of goes back to the power realignment in the Middle East. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about any of this. I don't.
No, there's another thing too on our slide 48. If you get over to there, it's from BreakingIsraelNews.com, and it again underscores what is happening in the Middle East. A U.S. general hints at war with Iran as U.S. troops mass on the border, and then they quote Ezekiel 27:10. Men of Persia, Lut, and Put were put in your army. Your fighting men. They hung shields and helmets in your midst. They lent splendor to you. And he's saying that the U.S. is preparing for war with Iran. And that this is, not maybe, they are preparing. We've got troops on the ground there, troops in the air, equipment in the Persian Gulf, or Gulf of Arabia now. What does it take to tell people you better kind of prepare for war and what it does to your economy and your job?
Hey, good to see you, sis.
Just another thing that you put all these factors together. We're on the verge of war between Iran, United States, and Israel. And Saudi Arabia may help as well, because Saudi Arabia is more like a Sunni-based Islam against the Shiite or violent, terrorist, aggressive Islam of Iran. And MBS, Mohammed bin Salman would lose no sleep.
Bruce, I gotta give you a wrench first. Hang on.
A few weeks ago. And he's trying to get an IP listing, for the Aramco oil company at the same time this is all happening. So he would help the United States and Israel. So Iran may attack him further in toward Riyadh, either from their Yemen partners or straight across the Gulf. Everywhere you look, the signs are there, and the statements telling you from a high place in our governments, it's about to happen. It's about to happen.
Would you be surprised to wake up Thanksgiving morning or the day after and see something like a Strait of Hormuz incident or something like that?
No, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I woke up one morning and they said, Damascus is gone.
Yeah, that's true.
Burned to the ground.
Gee, I wonder what made you think of that. Yeah.
Oh, it scared the shit out of me. Don't do that. Bugger. You scared the shit out of me. I was just lighting up the next show so I can come out and talk to you.
Cool, you do that.
Okay.
I'll be in the spare room.
Made me jump like Sylvester the
Relationship
cat.
with Rudy
I hit the
Giuliani.
roof, the ceiling.
Someone did just.
Coming to you from the HagmannReport.com studio, located in the Keystone State, birthplace of a mighty nation. It's your host, Doug Hagmann.
And welcome to Hagmann. It's the Hagmann Report, where truth can't be silenced. Websites for the truth include HagmannReportLive.com. HagmannReportLive.com. That's where you can find the video, the audio, the program descriptions for those challenged. I got to tell you, sometimes I get emails and comments. Well, where are the links? Well, go to HagmannReportLive.com. And hey, I'll tell you what, if there are no links there, it's on me. But otherwise, that's where you're going to find the links to show notes and such. Also, HagmannReport.com, arising like a phoenix from the ashes, because what I want to do is I want to supply everyone with good information that I receive, I look at, and sourcing it back to the original source, I suppose, or providing arrows back to the original source material. Now, this is yet another day of the impeachment fiasco, the impeachment circus. Today was, yesterday, very interesting. As far as I am concerned, yesterday, during last night's program, I talked about the witnesses up to the morning session, and then, of course, the afternoon session. I didn't really discuss. All right. Now today, you saw witnesses being paraded out there, the big bombshell, in air quotes, Ambassador Sondland throwing Rudy Giuliani and President Bush and Vice President Pence really to the wolves. All right. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up kind of out of the gate, as I've said all along, President Trump has served as a disruptor to the status quo of the swamp, the corruption that is Washington, D.C. The objective here, folks, is to rid Washington, D.C., actually rid the United States of President Trump. President Trump merely is standing in the way between this global governance design of communism and the deep state. I mean, folks, it's not about really President Trump, although it is. Because many people will tell you he's a guy that people like to hate. It's not us. It's about you and me. It's about the average American. You could be right now, although it's November, you could be right now sitting on your porch
So do I. That's why it
in
always moves.
what they term as flyover country, out in the suburbs. And let me tell you something, this shouldn't surprise you, they don't like us. They think that we are a bunch of
Okay, guys, back. Yeah, mate.
I don't know what term to use, but we are uneducated fools. We are keeping the country down by not being forward thinking, right? That's kind of how I think. They're better than us intellectually, and they're higher. They are operating on a higher spiritual plane. Now, I had the occasion to take a step back and to take a look at this.
He's a good brother, my brother,
If I was to
guys.
explain this to, let's say, I don't know, an 18-year-old
What have I missed?
that has no clue about anything, what would be, where would we start? Well, folks, you've been following the show, or for those of you who have followed this show for any length of time, I'm a big picture kind of guy. And
Bruce, I'm going to take the wrench back, mate.
Do
you remember we had troubles with wrenches? No offense.
And how are all of these things working to the detriment of you and me by the deep state, by the permanent bureaucracy, by the deep state elements that exist in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere? And that's what really this is all about. You don't get too much of this discussion anywhere on the news and in the mainstream media, and even within the new media.
Let me just see if it's going to show anything bar that dog. Let me just jump ahead a bit. Nah, it's going to be the dog the whole time. Look. Is it? Hang on, hang on. Yeah, it's going to be the dog the whole time. So it's just audio, guys. I'll take it back. But it looks like a good vid. The time of grace is over. Come on, go back. Oh, man. It's about there. That'll be. No. I tell you what, it's easier to do it this way.
You know what?
That's better. Stopped about there, I think.
Gods that they believe in. And I pluralize, I use the plural of that.
Hang on, Kath, I'll have a look for it.
Because there are within the deep state, as there exists within the Christian community, different factions, different,
I'll go get a cat.
The Presbyterian, you get this. So think of the deep state in the same fashion, but ultimately, much like Christianity, it's the flip side, the reverse, the mirror image of Christianity. It's the ultimate, the satanic that they worship. Now, I'm very careful with throwing that word around, satanic, and I think that we need to be a little bit more judicious when we use that word satanic, because many people will use without thought satanic as a just a general modifier for everything. One case in point, satanic pedophiles. Okay, well, let me tell you something. Not every pedophile is a satanic ritual abuser. All right, so that's the reality of it. Yet it gets thrown around with extreme recklessness. You have to be very careful, at least in my view. Although the actions are satanic, is the motivation satanic? Now, one might argue, of course, it would have to be given the subject, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the depiction. For example, you could have a ritual, or you could have abuse of a child that takes place that has no satanic component except the fact that the mere action is satanic. I don't know if you follow me on that, but so we have to be careful when we throw labels out there. And I would argue too that if you go back in history, back in 2016, that was a problem with Pizzagate, for example. Pizzagate suddenly took on this, was identified, and became associated with one single business enterprise, and essentially one or two people at the epicenter of this, when in fact it was much bigger. And that's why, even though some people will still mention the word Pizzagate, and by doing so I'm probably going to get sanctioned by YouTube or whatever, but the fact is this: we can say that if you because many people say, well, Pizzagate doesn't exist and it's a conspiracy theory, it's nonsense, and to some extent I agree, only to the extent of debating the definition. Now, I'm setting the ground rules here. I'm setting the stage here for today's broadcast. Because, again, words mean things, modifying words mean things.
Okay, guys, back again.
Sometimes they are designed to do what? To throw us off the proper investigative trail, or the proper trail of what?
Oh, that's right, Cat.
Learning.
I was going to grab the donkey to show you. I got talking about that. Hang on.
Because how many times, for example, you mentioned Pizzagate people, there are people that say, oh my goodness, you know, what a bunch of hooey. You can't be believed, you're a conspiracy kook. Well, if you have to look at what the people who are saying that, believe Pizzagate to be. And that I would state,
Yeah, Cat, here she is, little one.
much.
Hi, guys.
Pretty much the same in any subject that we deal with.
Look, she's waving hello.
So
hello, guys.
we have to be very careful.
There you go.
Accurate in our statements, or at least as accurate as possible.
What are you doing?
And we have to be well researched.
Yeah, I've got all this
And
set
we
up.
have to be
I'll do
careful.
it later on.
This too, we have to be careful with about who we listen to.
You going there, Fez?
I hope,
What
and
should
I
I
really
do?
hope and pray.
Can I help in
that
any
the
way?
listeners and viewers out there,
Okay.
I hope you have an array of people that you listen to, that you watch for your news, as opposed to the mainstream media, that you can trust, that have a proven track record, that are credentialed in terms of their experience. Because, and the listeners and viewers know that, okay,
Oh, come on. Yeah, guys, that dog, during the night, I'm laying there, I called my cat, so I heard the bell coming because he's got a bell around his neck. When he got near the bed, little one, the little chihuahua I just showed you, she growled at him, so he won't come up on the bed. So I haven't seen a cat for like 10 nights in a row, and I worked out why, because that little dog, so jealous, he growls at the cat and bullies the cat. So yeah, I'm gonna lock him back in Mum's room later on tonight, so then I can get my cat back.
you know what? Let's search, not Google. Google is, and it's so easy, isn't it? It's so easy because that makes you think that Google is the only valid search engine out there. You got Start, I mean, so many pages. You got Start page, you got Bing. Well, some are similar to others, but you can do your own research and find which search pages are more friendly than others. All right. So this is how we're being conditioned. This is how we are being prepped, in my view, prepped for the slaughter. I spent a long time talking with both Coach Dave and Steve Quayle yesterday, even last night after the show. And there are a lot of things taking place right now behind the scenes. And Steve Quayle was correct. Identify, vilify, nullify, and destroy. And we are now, I think, past or at the nullification, the passing the nullification stage to the destruction stage. And we are going to we're going to be forced to do something in order to survive. If we want to survive, we're going to have to do something, aren't we? And it's not going to be from a recliner in your living room, and it's not going to be from a couch. We're going to have to be very proactive. And as uncomfortable as that will be, because right now, you and I think I speak for most of us, aren't we all living to pay the bills, to keep the lights on, to keep the heat on, to pay the house payment, to pay the car payment? This is life. We have to do this, correct? And we have to have our jobs, whatever your job might be, or our businesses, or whatever it is. Now, it's my belief that it will not be until our lifestyles, our jobs, our businesses are threatened and we are threatened with extinction. You either comply with our rules or you cannot operate your business. We've seen some of this in the run-up to today. We've seen the bakeries, and you've seen now even there's a big thing going on with Chick-fil-A. You've seen that's not quite doesn't fit in with this discussion, but how they've apparently acquiesced to the LGBTQ plus. So, but looking at this again from an action point of view, we are going to have to decide when we are going to do, or when we're going to do what we're going to do. Because the time for talking about it, pretty soon, you won't be able to talk about it. And at some point, we're going to be pushed to the point of action for our very survival. That's where we're at today. And this is why, for example, I got an email yesterday, and I read all emails, I read all postal mail. I believe me, there's nothing that comes.
Yeah, high maintenance, Cat. You're right.
I can't respond to everything, but I read everything, and it's voluminous. But I received an email saying, "Why, if the impeachment process, the impeachment inquisition is such a sideshow, why, for example, are you spending any time on it?" Well, number one, it's topical. That does not necessarily mean it's relevant, or it's in the news, which doesn't necessarily mean it's relevant. Maybe that's a more accurate statement. But, folks, listen to me. The impeachment inquisition, at least in terms of the members of Congress and the deep state denizens inside the Beltway, including the unelected the deep staters, the SES members, the members of the deep state, and even those appointed, and even the members around closest to President Trump. This allows us insight into the tactics, and as well as identifying those people who are not friends to President Trump, but equally important, if not more important, not friends to the Constitution, the country, and you and I. Just one example, real quick. Alexander Vindman. When you start doing a background check on Alexander Vindman, oh my goodness, a lot of things come up. Now, there's a YouTuber by the name of Amazing Polly that I believe yesterday debuted, I'm not sure, put up a pretty in-depth video of who Alexander Vindman is. Now, the New York Times had a piece on October 29th of this year, Meet Alexander Vindman, the colonel who testified on Trump's phone call. Now, that was in reference to, of course, the basement Star Chamber testimony. But we saw him live in person, shall we say, on television yesterday. Well, when you start digging into the...
Okay, there's a couple of times this has had problems loading, so I'm going to have to reboot YouTube.
From an action point of view, we are going to have to decide when we are going to do, or when we're going to do what we're going to do. Because the time for talking about it, pretty soon, you won't be able to talk about it. And at some point, we're going to be pushed to the point of action for our very survival. That's where we're at today. And this is why, for example, I got an email yesterday, and I read all emails, I read all postal mail. I believe me, there's nothing that comes. I read everything, Now, I can't respond to everything, but I read everything, and it's voluminous. But I received an email saying, why, if the impeachment process, the impeachment inquisition is such a sideshow, why, for example, are you spending any time on it? Well, number one, it's topical. That does not necessarily mean it's relevant, or it's in the news, which doesn't necessarily mean it's relevant. Maybe that's a more accurate statement. But, folks, listen to me. The impeachment inquisition, at least in terms of the members of Congress and the deep state denizens inside the Beltway, including the unelected the deep staters, the SES members, the members of the deep state, and even those appointed, and even the members around closest to President Trump. This allows us insight into the tactics, and as well as identifying those people who are not friends to President Trump, but equally important, if not more important, not friends to the Constitution, the country, and you and I. Just one example, real quick. Alexander Vindman. When you start doing a background check on Alexander Vindman, oh my goodness, a lot of things come up. Now, there's a YouTuber by the name of Amazing Polly that I believe yesterday debuted, I'm not sure, put up a pretty in-depth video of who Alexander Vindman is. Now, the New York Times had a piece on October 29th of this year, Meet Alexander Vindman, the colonel who testified on Trump's phone call. Now, that was in reference to, of course, the basement Star Chamber testimony. But we saw him live in person, shall we say, on television yesterday.
Wow.
Well,
Free Oriental carpets trash.
The background of this guy and who he's associated with, and who's associated with him, and you start connecting dots as this Amazing Polly did. Folks, let me tell you something. We are seeing today members of a cabal, and maybe plural cabals, people who have infiltrated our government, in my view anyway, for the purposes of taking down our government from within. Now, in my opinion only, when you look at Vindman, for example, he's a perfect candidate as a member of one of these cabals. Does that make sense to you? Which is why we have to start looking at these individuals who are stepping up, whether it's Volker, whether it's Vindman, it doesn't matter. The people that are sitting in those chairs in that House chamber are individuals, I believe, hand-selected by Adam Schiff, and you have to take a look at Schiff himself, and Schiff has got connections, as you know, and I know. He's got connections, some pretty strange connections. The Standard Hotel. Do I need to say more? And yes, I probably do, and that's the subject for another day. And I tweeted out on my own personal Twitter account about Schiff and one of his best buddies being arrested for what? For crimes against the children, specifically pedophilia. Now, that's not his first friend that went down for that. Okay, so I just switched topics there, didn't I? And this, I will say, you're not going to hear this on Hannity or Limbaugh or even Dan Bongino. So as much as I like them all, they're not going to address these issues. These are hot third rail issues that if you start talking about this, no one wants you're not going to get invited on Fox, and you're not going to be looked at as anything legitimate. You're a kook, you're a nut. And somewhat rightfully so, as I mentioned earlier, given the broad brush painted by some really sadly ill-informed, misinformed people out there who just want to. I don't know what their intent is. I don't know, but there are a lot of people out there who are really doing the media, the new media, the well-researched, a very, very big disservice. And believe it or not, they've got great following. A number, I mean, 60, 70, 90,000 people follow them and listen to them. And, okay, so, but when you start taking apart what they're saying, and it's just amazing that we find ourselves in this position. I don't know. I really don't want to go down that road, but it almost reminds me. It was 41 years ago, and I remember seeing this on television on the news. It was 41 years ago this week, Jonestown. Now, folks, you remember Jonestown, Jim Jones, and that whole thing. We lost a member of the House of Representatives. And, he was shot at the airport down there along with his camera crew. And, it's 41 years ago this week. It was on the 18th, I believe. And I remember watching that live and thinking, wow, okay, what a bunch of, how could this happen? And how could somebody convince so many people to drink a cyanide, for example? And that was the initial news reports. But then when you start taking apart those reports, oh, wait a second. Those initial reports and even subsequent reports, that's not really what happened. No, not at all. And even today, you start looking at the stories. You talk about an intelligence operation. Many hallmarks of an intelligence operation. And the only reason I bring that up is because I wondered at that time, how is it possible where people could follow a man, Jim Jones, in a movement, the People's Temple, right? How can they follow him to their deaths? How can someone, if we are to believe the official narrative, hand their child, cups of Kool-Aid laced with cyanide and make them drink? And then they themselves drink the cyanide. If you were to go with the original narrative, how is that even possible? Fast forward 41 years, I asked myself the same question. How is it possible for people to go on YouTube and to have channels and to say things that are patently false or that are hopeful? You know what I'm saying? That, in other words, there's an element of hope there that, boy, I hope this is true, that there are things happening behind the scenes. And, but if they're proven to be false, how is it that so many people still believe, even today, with the ability to search out a matter using the internet at the very least, or get off the internet, go to the library, or go to the newspaper archive, go different, whatever, or do your own research, yourself in whatever venue, whatever avenue, whatever. How is it possible today that people can still believe misinformation or deliberate misinformation, or even maybe it's well intended by some people? I don't know, but how? I know some of the people who follow this information are well intended. How is it possible for people to believe this stuff even today? There's an element of hope. There's an element that there's a lot of things that go into it, but I guess that goes back to what I originally said. You've got to be careful and judicious and very discerning as to who you listen to and who you, I don't want to say follow, because that to me, how many followers you have? I don't have any followers. I don't want people to follow me. It's to me, that's not demeaning. That's demeaning to the people who listen. I just think that that's just a weird thing. I don't know about you, but how many people, how many listeners, or how many people is person A or person B impacting by way of their channel? It's something to think about. And if they're pressing or passing a lot of misinformation, deliberately or not, about events, and people are listening to them, and again, believing them, knowing that belief is the driver of action, wow, we could be in a lot of trouble. And this is what I'm seeing with the internet today. And this is why I brought up, for example, I brought up the pedophilia issue, because it's a hot button issue today. But okay, so in the worshiping of the gods, small g and such, by the deep state, and you may think, wow, well, this is just a whole bunch of words that are coming out of Doug's mouth that are just disconnected. No, no, they're not. Everything is connected. You've got to be clear-headed today, more clear-headed than ever before. And I really mean that. By the way, since I'm on being clear-headed, and you've got to be as de-stressed as possible, I want to just jump in here and say this. I'm going to be bringing Michael Terrell on from Whole Tones, because I want to talk more about frequencies and about how you and I can benefit from music frequencies. Because if we can help ourselves, man, now is the time to do it. But for all my pet-loving listeners, you're going to love this. You know how much I've raved about Whole Tones frequency-based music to help my wife with her insomnia. We've received a ton of testimonials from listeners telling us how much they've been sleeping better. Often, people have mentioned how it's helped them help their pets, too. It happened with Lady. I've seen it with Theo. Folks, Michael Terrell, the creator of Whole Tones, has a dog. He loves his dog. He treats it like family. So it only made sense that he created Whole Tones for pets. And I like to think I had something to do with it, right, Michael? Anyway, it's calming and soothing music for stressed out pets. The music player comes preloaded with nearly 1 hour of 396 hertz Whole Tones music. The frequency that customers have said works to calm their pets. The music is designed to give relief to your furry companions that are dealing with things like separation anxiety. If you work outside the home, you go to work, I know lady looking like, where are you going, man? Anyway, being overly stressed or scared from loud noises or anything else. It can even help with antisocial behavior in cats. And look, I suggest that most cats are antisocial, but anyway. Set the player on your countertop, plug it in.
Amen, and it's the intent, isn't it, sis?
In your pet. If they are at peace, you can be at peace too. I would do just about anything for Lady, this video dog. I mean, we've got a special relationship. She's just a great companion. I love her, and Whole Tones is part of my promise to her to be the best friend possible. And I'd urge you to do the same. Visit WholeTones4Pets.com. That is WholeTones4Pets.com. Look in the program description box at HagmannReportLive.com and use the promo code Hagmann to receive free shipping. All right, do that today, okay? All right, but a lot of things I wanted to get into today, I didn't get into because of this pretty lengthy, this lengthy conversation that we're having. But there's one thing that I want to, I guess, moving the impeachment stuff aside. Look, Sondland today, this Ambassador Sondland, the big takeaway is he came in, dropped several bombs. How would I just summarize this? In my particular assessment, Sondland is acting as the Dirty Harry, the bad Dirty Harry of this whole impeachment process. In other words, he's the one that was tapped to deliver the fatal blows, if you will, against President Trump. But here's, and I've talked about this before. Now Dan Bongino's talked about this before, referenced it. Here's the main issue. How do you get at President Trump? If you can't
Yes.
get to him directly, you get to him through the people.
Yes, Gigabyte. The Chinese saw a comet in the sky for 70 days. It took 70 days to go from China to Jerusalem. They claim they are the three kings of the East, and they back it up. They got the Chinese records to back it up. So yes, they did see a star. They followed it for 70 days, and we all know how much God loves the number 70. 70 years of Israel, 70 weeks of Daniel. So we know how much he loves the number 70. So yeah, they are the three kings of the East. I'll do another China special. I've done a few now, but I'll do another one, Gig. You'll like it.
Closest to him. Who's one of the closest people to President Trump right now, especially in the legal arena? You take out his lawyer. Well, who's his lawyer? How about Rudy Giuliani? So what do? You make it impossible for President Trump to continue a relationship with Rudy Giuliani. Sondland did just that today. So the takeaway from today is this. The deep state is attempting to dismantle by their own rules Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, the piece of Schiff, by his own rules, is attempting to dismantle the President Trump presidency, as well as the Trump-Pence ticket for 2020. You talk about election meddling. Here it is right here. You're watching election meddling in 2020. And Schiff, it's amazing. Folks, if you haven't seen any video clips of this or whatever, it's amazing just to watch him sit there like he is a king, like he, I'll just stop there. It's just absolutely amazing. They've changed the rules. They've subjugated the House of Representatives to the whims, the legal and procedural whims of the really communist caucus, and Adam Schiff is leading the coup. So someone comes in and drops, throws President Trump and Vice President Pence, as well as Rudy Giuliani, under the bus. Who's going to go first? Do you think it's going to be Giuliani? That was the target all along, and this is how they're planning on it. So rather than get into the impeachment, what I was going to get into today, just know that, and there are other tidbits. And what I'll try to do is there are some notes on HagmannReport.com, but I'm going to try to put additional HagmannReport.com or additional things on HagmannReport.com where you can see for yourself, so you don't have to go looking for the important points. All right. Again, there's stuff there now. I hope, hopefully, maybe I can add to it. But anyway, there you've got it. Okay. And as a matter of fact, they might even be up. Some of my show notes from today might even be up. I know Laura's been working on it all day, so I don't know if what she's accomplished. We'll see what happens. But go to HagmannReport.com for that. But before the closing of the program here, I wanted to play one piece of video. John Haller. I met John Haller in Ohio a number of years ago. John Haller has got a church. He's a pastor of a church. He has a prophecy report every week. And I'm going to have him back now. I'm going to have him back on this program. But I want the first few minutes of John Haller's Sunday program. It just struck me as being really relevant to what we're seeing today. It's something I've often said. It's something that all of us we must experience and we must handle. And that is, how do you triage the events of the day? Well, Eric the Tech, if you don't mind, if you can play the first segment from John Haller on this past Sunday. I think folks have a listen to this or have a view of this as well.
There really was a lot of things that happened this week that I think do play into the prophetic Bible, biblical prophecy, end times scenario that's going to unfold, that is unfolding in front of our eyes. I usually on Saturday, with the way things happen during the course of the week, I get these emails from people about, so what's today? Is going to be 3 hours today? Because there were a lot going on. And so I try to take what I think are the major themes of all these things that seem to be converging as we get closer and closer to the end. And boy, is this one cover from Foreign Policy 5 or 6 years ago now, World Disrupted, seem to be more and more true each week. So I'm going to cover some things that are going on, put some of them in context of Scripture, and sometimes I don't always refer to the Scripture because I assume that you know. I just assume that the people here that listen every week have some sort of basic frameworks to go from. So I will make reference to a couple specific scriptures today.
Okay. Now that was just a brief. I don't know. This was like a minute 20 seconds of his start. And the reason I selected that is we are all faced with two issues: triaging the news, the information that comes at us at warp lightning speed like never before, thanks, of course, to 24/7 news channels as well as the internet. But also, the other part of this, as Christians, are we not supposed to, should we not be looking at prophecy? Should we not be looking at prophecy? How prophecy fits into this? And again, look, Rush Limbaugh's not going to talk about this. Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, others on Fox, Dan Bongino, nor really would you expect them to. They keep to the secular, out of the larger picture prophetic, shall we say. So I don't blame them. And I'm not saying that, shame on them for not doing this. They have their niche, but I'm looking at this. At this point, there is no way we can separate current events, in my view, from biblical prophecy. If there was ever a time in our lives, in the history of the world, now is this dramatic intersection between biblical prophecy and current events. Now, if I can fit this in, there's another audio clip or video clip, and folks, go ahead and play this second clip, and that kind of tells you about the fitting of prophecy into current events.
If you study Bible prophecy and you read a lot of different authors, one of the things you find is that everybody has an opinion. And everybody's pretty sure that their opinion is right. And I will confess to you that I believe it is it can be very confusing to people because there's all these different voices out there chattering about how they think it's going to unfold. And I have my views, but I try not to be too dogmatic about them because I think that things are going to happen so quickly in the end times that you need to be able to adapt. I always say keep your charts in an editable format because you may have to change them as things unfold. And I think we see that happening. I mean, I cannot begin to tell you the number of times I have a conversation with a Bible prophecy conference speaker or an author. It almost always comes up now. I can't believe I'm seeing what I'm seeing. And I just didn't expect it that way. So people have written about this for a long time.
All right. Now, I've had the pleasure of spending time with John Heller, and I'll tell you what, he's an intelligent guy. He's an attorney by profession, but he's a pastor as well. And he's talking, that clip right there, it's, number one, fitting the end times or fitting the events into the end times through the scripture, rightly dividing the scripture, of course. But you notice how he said, it's sometimes it's, I don't want to say a matter of perception, but you've got to kind of watch, don't you? You've got to watch because if you think if you are being so dogmatic in one sense, one way, and something doesn't fit, you've got to take a different look at it. You got to take a new look at it, and that's what he's saying there. You keep your charts in editable form, and I think that's sage advice. That's wise advice, because sometimes, and I can only relate this to my experience, because the only thing I know how to do really well is being is an investigator. All right, sometimes when you start out with a certain specific idea of motive or something, some driver, that something that's driving your investigation, for example, when you start off that way, sometimes doesn't quite end up that way. So you've got to be at least mentally pliable, or at least mentally open to other potential situations or explanations. And that's what he's saying. Let's not look at the end times with such a dogmatic approach that we're actually shutting off and closing off other possibilities. So when we see an event take place, and from that audio or that video clip, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got a half a dozen roughly important pieces. But what I'll do is I'll put the link to that this past Sunday's sermon or report in the program description box at HagmannReport.com. I would urge everyone to watch and listen to it, because there's one section in there specifically. And from my notes here, I think it was, now I don't know. Sometime, let me see here. Hang on. I want to give you the time notation. About 17 minutes in, he starts talking about the LGBTQ agenda. Now, the reason I mention that now, out of all the things I could possibly mention that's contained in that report, what we're seeing with the LGBTQ plus agenda is one of the it's like a Swiss Army knife of the deep state. How's that for it's like a Swiss Army knife for the deep state. It advances the communist platform to destroy marriage. It perverts the moral fabric of a country. It assails traditional marriage.
Hi, Mark. Good to see you, sis.
Brainwashes your children. I mean, there's so much. There's an incredible. Again, it's a Swiss Army knife of the deep state. It also is the process of legitimizing. What I started talking about earlier was this assault on children, ritual abuse against children, which is related to human trafficking, which happens to be related to the border that's open, yes, which happens to be related to the drug trade, oh yes, which happens to be related to the worship of Moloch, yes. You might say, well, how do you go from LGBTQ to there? Well, it's not exactly a straight line, I can tell you that. It's a multifaceted, actually multi-level flow chart. Folks, that's all the time I've got for today. Old school radio feed. I hope you got something out of today. I pray that you did. Tomorrow, Steve Quayle and Tom Horn. You're going to want to tune into that, because tomorrow night, Steve Quayle, Tom Horn, talking about Wormwood. Go to HagmannReport.com. The program description is there. I want to thank each and every one of you for being a supporter of the Hagmann Report. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Eric the Tech wants to thank you. I know Lady and Theo, they're just super excited about it as well. But folks, please pray for our country, pray for our president, and pray for the future. May God bless.
world, the Spirit is moving and a voice is being heard. And now, the pastor of the Hagmann Report and of many around the world, founder of thevoiceofelvangelism.com, Pastor David Langford.
Hello, friends. This is Pastor David Langford. We'd like to take the opportunity today to welcome you to this edition of the Hagmann Report, with me here hosting and sharing with you from the Word of God. We welcome you this 20th day of November. My, how the year is almost gone by, and we witness the perpetual debacles and tragedies in our nation's capital, as our leadership is really the dregs of the barrel. We have no leadership in this nation. It is sad, it is tragic, but it's the truth. And they all seek their own. As the Apostle Paul said, they seek their own. They do not care what's best for America. They don't care what's best for you and I. They care what's best for their personal interest. David said in Psalms 33, verse 12, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." When Jesus Christ, Jehovah, Elohim, is the God of any nation, that nation is blessed. We're told in Proverbs 14:34, "Righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach unto any people." And this nation, regretfully, is full of reproach, which is nothing but another synonymous word for disgrace.
Okay, guys, I found something interesting, I think. I don't like just watching audios. I like to see something as well. So, here you go. Something new. Is this the one? No, that's not the one I wanted. Hang on. Should be loaded now. And there it is. 10 countries guaranteed to be in World War III. Is Trump the way to Armageddon? This is, how long ago? Doesn't say how long ago. This was 3 years ago, guys.
We touch on future events. We talk about the Antichrist. And a lot of times it's just like...
Nah, haven't knocked smoking on the head, Mark.
Since I was a kid, we've
I
heard
know
about
when
the
to.
potential of a war between America and Russia. And it's never happened. Right? Thank God, it's never happened. But this week, every day when I pray, all I hear is Russia and China. And I'm praying, I'm saying, God, what's next? What's to come? What do I tell the body of Christ? What do I tell the church? I don't want to scare the church. I want to have a happy, fun sermon, a good pastoral sermon that makes everyone feel good. Of course I do. I love that as much as you do. But every day that I pray, all I get is Russia and China, Russia and China. So let's talk about that. Why might that be coming up in prayer? If World War III were to start today, what would happen? Well, we know that there is going to be a world war without any doubt, according to Matthew chapter 24, which is Jesus' own words about the end times. Revelation 6, the red horse, is a horse of war. Ezekiel 38:39 is a very detailed description, maybe the most detailed description of a future war. It hasn't happened yet, so if you read it, you're reading the future. And Zechariah chapter 14 tells you in no uncertain terms that a future war will involve a nuclear exchange. This is some serious business. This is not a movie. This is a real death knell. This is going to be one of the lowest points of humanity. When we're done with all this and we look back from eternity and we look back at what we did to each other and what we did to ourselves, we're going to be so sad and so ashamed. But it's been predicted that we are going to use the nuclear arsenal that has been built up all this time. Revelation 19, verse 11 says that God is not afraid of this war. Jesus himself says, or it's spoken about the Lord Jesus, in righteousness he judges and wages war. Now, this actually, I think this might explain one of the mysteries. I'm going to throw out a can of worms here, and I don't want to take the time to explain it. But this actually may indicate that Jesus returns to the earth sooner than most prophetic teachers allow. And Jesus can do whatever he wants, but I find it extremely difficult to comprehend and to make sense of that Jesus will not be on the earth. He's nowhere to be seen. He's invisible. And at some point at the very end of the book of Revelation, suddenly the Antichrist and people with tanks and weapons will just suddenly start aiming at the sky. It seems very fictitious. It seems much more likely that Jesus is actually on the earth and beginning to establish his reign on the earth. And while that's happening, the people who hate the Jews, the people who hate Israel, would not care that his name is Yeshua or that he is the Mashiach, the Messiah. They will send their warplanes and their tanks to go and try to kill Jesus. And for that reason, in Revelation 19, it's not like he just appeared. It doesn't seem to me like he just appeared at Revelation 19 and he judges and wages war. Yes, he comes with 10,000s of his saints. Yes, he comes with us. But when does he come? The whole timing thing, most prophetic teachers have always gotten wrong. If you were, reading the Old Testament and you read those scriptures where it seems like the first and the second coming are predicted in the same sentence, you would get the timing wrong. You would think the moment he comes, then he would establish his government. But now we know there's at least 2,000 years separating those two events, even though it's in the same sentence. Make sense?
Yep.
So the whole timing thing we got to give to God. This is the life of faith. Everybody in this room knows. We trust God, we don't know his timing. We receive healing, we don't know when we'll feel the healing. But if you don't give up and you trust him and don't complain, you will receive in your body the healing. You receive it in your heart first, it works its way out. So this is how God works. And again, that's a new thought for a lot of people, and I'm not here to try to debate or defend it. I just let you ponder that and explore the Bible about that. But Jesus clearly is not afraid of war. There is going to be a war.
Amen.
Matthew 24, in his own words, Jesus said, For then there will be great tribulation. This is where the word comes from, the great tribulation. Such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever shall be. Because this is such a serious subject, this will probably be the most informative sermon that you've ever heard. Meaning that, the reason we have to do this is, I recently heard that 80% of millennials, including the guys that watch YouTube, 80% of millennials do not pay attention to the news whatsoever. They have no idea what's going on. They don't know who the names of the world leaders are. They don't know what's going on in Ukraine, Russia, Middle East. 80%. So if we're going to tell them that the Bible predicted the future and it's going to unfold a certain way, it's going to seem completely alien to the millennials.
What?
Those of us who are a little bit older.
What? Nah, not yet. I've got my show going.
We pay attention to the news. It's a normal thing. But you have to understand, for a lot of people, they have absolutely no frame of reference. Not biblical and not even secular about what is coming down the pipe. Verse 22, and unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. For the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. So there will be an unprecedented time of suffering on the earth. How soon is it going to be? And more importantly, what we're going to deal with is the first city. If we know that there's going to be a nuclear exchange, can we make a biblical conjecture who will be the first city? And I think we can. I think it's becoming clear. I'm going to show you, but I need to catch you up on some news and some current events if you don't know it. We are going to pick up from the presidential debate because it really does highlight the most important issues of the time. If you just ignore the fluff, ignore the personal attacks, those things of theatrics and sensation, forget it. Focus on what's actually important and what's going to actually affect real people, real lives. The three issues that were clear in present danger are, number one, the Muslim migration, by which we mean the illegal, undocumented migration of so-called asylum seekers and refugees, among which are ISIS terrorists. Okay, now what's the danger of this? What's the danger? The danger is not we'll have some bad neighbors. The danger is not, oh gee, we'll have some more halal food in our country. No, in fact, I enjoy halal food, wonderful tasting food. That's not the issue. The issue is there is a potential through this to have a nuclear dirty bomb, a terrorist act that involves a nuclear detonation. It's not the worry of the thousands of bombs that different nations, governments have. The worry is of the one bomb that somebody might construct or bring in. That's the danger, and that's what Donald Trump correctly highlighted. Number two issue is the lid on Iran. And we talked about this, that Hillary Clinton made not a Freudian slip, but what I call a prophetic slip. We talked about that in a different video teaching that she said, oh yeah, we put a lid on it. I put a lid on the whole nuclear thing. And she didn't realize that's actually the exact metaphor that was given to us 2,000, about 400 years ago in the book of Zechariah chapter 5. All right, so you can catch up on that. But that's talking about the danger is the nuclear war that would happen if Iran develops nuclear bombs. And she admitted when she was Secretary of State that Iran was only a few weeks away from developing a nuclear bomb. I don't know why the moderators didn't pick up on that. Trump did not pick up on that, but I was at the edge of my seat. I said, wow, there's an admission of guilt. She's not saying they might do it. She said they were only weeks away, and she put a lid on it. And then the third issue was Russia. Hillary Clinton demonizing Russia, provoking Russia, all of this, again, why is it a danger? It's not about oil, it's not about economics, it's about the fact that we might get a nuclear war.
Okay, good night, Bruce. Take care. Blessings on your family, brother.
Trump said, quote, the single greatest problem the world has is nuclear weapons, not global warming like you think or your president thinks. Hillary then said, we put a lid on it. And if you want a full teaching on this, I dealt with it in Undeniable Proof. The Messiah is coming soon. We talked about the fire judgments. Then Hillary Clinton went on and demonized Russia all throughout her first and second debate. And I wouldn't be surprised when the third debate comes out. I'll be watching. She will attack Russia again. It just seems like she's hell-bent for war. Now, this is pretty bad when Jill Stein, who is the Green Party presidential candidate, abandoned ship. And she said she no longer can even support Hillary. The Green Party in all the Western world countries are usually considered the farthest left.
Yep.
And the farthest left have now said Hillary Clinton is too extreme. She has endorsed Trump, and she says Donald Trump wants to seek modes of working together with Russia, which is the route we need to follow. Under Hillary Clinton, we could slide into nuclear war very quickly from her declared policy in Syria. We'll explain that if you don't know what that means. So I won't sleep well at night if Donald Trump is elected, but I sure won't sleep well at night if Hillary Clinton is elected. On the issue of war and nuclear weapons and the potential for nuclear war, it is actually Hillary's policies which are much scarier than Donald Trump's. That is an amazing statement coming from the far left. Mikhail Gorbachev, I think he knows something about the heat of nuclear competition. When I was a kid, Ronald Reagan was president. Mikhail Gorbachev was the leader of the Soviet Union at that time. And he has recently said, I think the world has reached a dangerous point. Gorbachev at 85 told state news agency RAI.
How old's this, guys? Because Gorbachev only just recently said that. This is 3 years ago. He recently said it again. Because this is 3 years old. He just recently said it again.
Thinks that we're on the verge of the U.S. and Russia declaring war. And Russia has said the U.S. is going to be the one declaring it first. Russia is not trying to declare war. And by the way, Gorbachev is not the Antichrist because he's got that kind of dirty-looking mark on his head, okay? Remember, when I was a kid, everybody thought he was the Antichrist. And that's not how you identify the Antichrist only, yeah? You got to look through the scriptures. You can see the Antichrist is really going to be the Mahdi. The Mahdi of...
Isn't that? Yeah.
of Islam is our Antichrist in Christianity. Headline news: Russian government officials told to immediately bring back children staying abroad. This is reported by Tyler Durden. All right, let me quote him. In Europe, when it gets serious, you have to lie. At least if you are an unelected bureaucrat like Jean-Claude Juncker. Okay, this is the head of the EU. When things get serious, the EU lies to its citizens. In Russia, however, when things get serious, attention immediately turns to the children. It's one of the things that's very good about Russia. They're very pro-family. They have a law against homosexual propaganda. Nothing wrong with being homosexual there. You're free to practice homosexuality there. You're not allowed to propagandize the children.
Good.
Very pro-family. Very good. And when things get bad, they don't think about lies and propaganda to the public. They think about their children. What happened? Russian state officials and government workers were told this month to bring back their children studying abroad immediately, even if it means cutting their education short and not waiting until the end of the school year and re-enroll them in Russian schools. Headline news: is Putin preparing for World War III? Russia begins evacuation of 40 million people. Did you hear that right? 40 million people in a huge drill. What are they doing? It's a signal they're preparing for a nuclear escalation. So Donald Trump is absolutely sane, absolutely intelligent, absolutely right to say the greatest threat for a president, for the next president of the United States, is the threat of
Good night, Kat. Thanks for joining, sis.
These are the countries that have access to nuclear energy. Most of them have nuclear energy, but not nuclear weapons. Some of them have nuclear weapons, but not nuclear energy. Right? America, France, Russia, India, UK, China, Germany, Belgium, Pakistan, and the Netherlands are reported to have both. Okay? And Iran wants to join this club of having both. Israel, it's not official, but most people believe they have nuclear weapons. North Korea has nuclear weapons. Turkey and Italy.
What's happening? I'm going to do that tomorrow.
So we're wanting at this time to not have any more crazy people have nuclear weapons. Yeah? But the nature of man is this: we've never invented a weapon that we didn't use. We invent it, we're going to use it eventually. It's fallen nature of man. So America's been very confident, and America thinks that it's going to win those wars. The trouble is that recently, and we're talking about 30, 40 years now, America's actually been losing a lot of wars.
You got to crack the whip to get him to do it.
So this confidence is no longer really substantiated, but they're still acting like they're going to win.
Yeah, but that don't always work out well for
Out of
us.
all these people in the world that have nuclear weapons, who has the most nuclear weapons? I think most Americans would just assume they do. But you know, that's not true. Russia has estimated 7,300 nuclear warheads. It doesn't take that much to wipe America off the map, clearly. Yeah, it would only take 5 to 10, and you would be crippled. They got 7,300, and that is more than what America has. Who has the best and the biggest missiles? Russia. Headline: Russia is building the largest intercontinental ballistic missile ever. Russia's R-28 Sarmat ICBM weighs 100 tons, has a 10,000 kilometer range, is capable of delivering 10 to 15 independently targeted nuclear warheads. That means you send one missile up and it can hit 15 cities. That's what they're capable of. This would be powerful enough to wipe out a territory the size of Texas or the nation of France entirely. This new missile is dubbed the Son of Satan. Who has the best submarines in the world? I think you're getting the picture. It's Russia. Headline: U.S. can't keep pace with Russian submarine deployments, top Navy official says. Again, this is reported this year. I know that this has been the subject of many Hollywood movies going back to the 1990s. All right, The Hunt for Red October was one. The Sum of All Fears was another one. Lots of movies that have depicted the scenario. And the thing is, when people use their creativity and their mind, actually they tap into something in the spiritual realm. And a lot of times it would seem like Hollywood is prescient, because you just need to put on your imagination and you're going to see what may be coming down. So Russia, this is years ago, this is their old submarine, but let me tell you the capability of what was known, because we don't know the present capability. Their old Typhoon submarines, their Typhoon class submarines, can cut through ice, launch missiles from the Arctic Circle that would hit the continental US. They carry 20 missiles that can deliver 10 independent nuclear warheads, which means they could target from one submarine 200 cities.
Wow.
And they could do it from the Arctic Circle.
Wow.
Don't even have to be near there. They now have developed a new submarine dubbed the Black Hole by NATO. Their new submarine are the quietest in the world and can disappear from sonars.
Wow.
So did you know this, that there was a vision back in the 1980s, and I haven't reported a lot on visions, but I'm going to come back to it, because it seems like the things that God gave 30, 40 years ago, God has given us ample time to process it and to believe it. And God has given sufficient warning. So he says something, he doesn't do it right away. But there was something given to Henry Groover back in the 80s, which is he had
Love Henry Groover.
Suddenly submarines appeared on the shores of America. They were undetected and they suddenly appeared. This is even before the movies were made by Hollywood, okay? He got this vision. And the next thing he saw was that the Russian subs launched nuclear attacks on 6 cities in the US. He saw them clearly. Would you like to know what they are?
Yep.
In order, here we go. First city that was hit, completely annihilated, was New York City. Second city, Seattle. Third, San Francisco. Then Los Angeles, San Diego, and then somewhere between Miami and Tampa, Florida.
Wow.
Didn't God say that he would speak to us in the last days through visions and dreams? Isn't that what Joel chapter 2 and Acts chapter 2 told us?
Yep.
Why don't we believe it?
We do.
It's fulfilling the Bible. Does it have to happen this way? No, of course not. This is not gospel. This is not the Bible. But God does try to get warning to the Americans. If World War III were to start today, I don't think America would be in the strong position that many people assume it would be in. And America may receive a surprise death blow. And that would be very bad because we love America. We love the people there. We love the fact that they send many missionaries out into all the world. But they're also killing their own babies. And they're also passing laws that are anti-Christ. And they're putting people in their own government. They are electing some of the worst megalomaniacs.
Guys, look who just showed up. Squizzy. Hello, guys. He's my boy. My boy. Look how cute he is. He's getting fat, hey? Look at him. I'm working on it.
President Rodrigo Duterte, which he's dubbed Dirty Harry, has been outspoken about the U.S. and the EU. He called the U.S. President Barack Obama a son of a whore. Hijo de puta, I think he said, before a summit in Laos. He told Obama, you can go to hell, over Obama's criticism of the Filipino anti-drug campaign. Then addressing the EU, he said, better choose purgatory. Hell is filled up. So you can see that while he's trying to fight the drug problem in his country, rather than getting support from these Western powers, he realizes, wait, hang on a second, if you don't support me fighting drug trafficking, what does that tell you? Well, from what we know, that the American presence in Afghanistan, they are the ones that are increasing the opium production. The Americans, the military, are involved in trafficking drugs. This is clearly known in a nation like Thailand. The reason that drugs never get cleaned up is because it's intertwined with the government officials and the military. Who has the biggest plane, the biggest choppers, the biggest trucks to be able to traffic mass amounts of drugs? It's always the military. So he's now saying, to hell with America and to purgatory with the EU. Quote, eventually I might, in my time, I will break up with America. I would rather go to Russia and to China. Remember I said when I pray, all I get is Russia and China, Russia and China. What's happening? People don't fear America like they used to. And maybe the globalist elite are afraid of that. But there is a repositioning of many, many other smaller nations, smaller countries, to align with Russia and China. And the old threat was, well, America would just cut off aid and cut off arms sales. Dirty Harry says, I'll go get my arms from China. I'll buy my arms from Russia. Doesn't matter, cost the same, right?
Thanks, mate.
You're in trouble.
Love you, thanks.
You're in trouble if a small nation like the Philippines pays you no respect. Okay, America has to realize something is shifting seismically. Barack Obama was recently deliberately snubbed by Chinese in chaotic arrival at the G20 summit. Quote, the US president was denied the usual red carpet welcome and forced to, quote, go out of the ass of the Air Force One. This is not me speaking. Go out of the ass of Air Force One, observers say. What are they talking about? Well, when he arrived with Air Force One, there was no red carpet. So they had to pull the door, open the door in the belly, and he had to come out from there. Now, that's his arrival. Now, compare the reception the president of the US got to the leader of Russia. You got the red carpet, man. He's the man. He's the man.
Hello, mate.
Putin.
Oh, he hasn't come to say hello to me, guys.
If World War III started today, what would happen? I don't know the future, but based on the Bible and an educated guess, let me roll out a potential scenario.
He just said something that he jumped up on the bed for a cuddle. Look at him. He loves his cuddle. Don't you, mate?
He is aware she's evil. Pushing Russia.
You're a good boy, aren't you? Look at big fucking tail.
China would
Pretty
immediately
boy.
take advantage
Yes,
of the US
you
being
are.
distracted to acquire the disputed islands. They'll start with Taiwan. They'll go to the Spratly Islands, Senkaku, which Japan claims, but the Chinese call it Diaoyu. They'd immediately take advantage and go. They're building their fleet and their navy. China would build and extend its Great China Wall. It would go all over the South China Sea. In fact, they're already preparing. Under President Xi Jinping, China has taken an aggressive foreign policy, building man-made island bases in the South China Sea. China spends 3 times less on its military than the US does. US has the biggest budget in the world. They spend $610 billion on defense spending, so-called defense. However, China has 1.6 million soldiers compared to America's 540,000. That's roughly 3 times more fighting personnel than America has. And they're all on that coast. China could deploy them to South China Sea. America wouldn't have the manpower. And guess what else would happen? If war broke out with Russia, don't you think that every nation in the world is waiting to pounce? We have the only 33-year-old with nuclear weapons sitting in North Korea. And Kim Jong-un has been preparing for the most opportune attack. He's been preparing by detonating nuclear bombs. And he recently detonated one on the 9th of September 2016, the 5th and the largest nuclear test by this communist regime. You think he's blowing them up for no reason? He's planning to use them. North Korea would pounce on these targets. They would go to Japan, Okinawa, South Korea, and Guam. So Japan, I'm sorry, you've had a lot of nuclear bomb accidents, and you're probably going to get more because precedent is prophetic. If you're thinking where's the nuclear bombs going to get exchanged, Japan would be very likely. What else would happen for those who pay attention to the Middle East? The Kurds. The Kurds, which is a whole people group that straddle many nations. Their land, their culture was taken away from them after World War II by the Western powers when they just drew artificial lines in the Middle East. Well, the Kurds would try to take northern Syria first. They would also take eastern Turkey and go all the way into Iraq and Iran. While this is happening, guess what? Israel would surely bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. The moment America starts a war with Russia, if they do, Iran will attack its neighbors and Israel will attack Iran. So there you go. This is how world wars start, by the way. If you don't know World War I, World War II, it only takes one hairpin trigger and suddenly everybody's roped in. because of these foreign alliances, because of people waiting to pounce and, take advantage of the opportunity. What else would happen? Well, the Quds Force commander, Qasem Soleimani, he's called the Nemesis, right? He might not be famous to you, but he's famous in the Middle East. He would pounce on Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. The Quds Force means the Jerusalem Force. They are waiting to take Jerusalem. Dubbed the Shadow Commander by the West, he's known for his underground operations in Iraq, support of Hezbollah in Lebanon, propping Bashar al-Assad in Syria, and containing ISIS. Successfully, by the way, containing ISIS, so they don't come into Iran. Iran will use their nuclear weapons, this Bible prophecy predicts. Is it just make-believe, imagination? Not at all. Here's the Iranian plastic replica of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in the Dome of the Rock. Why are they doing that? According to Iranian media, recently tens of thousands of soldiers staged exercises dubbed towards the holy city. They're preparing to attack Israel. And there's not the real Dome of the Rock, it's a fake tent that looks like the Dome of the Rock. So at this point, we got to ask ourselves, if World War III really starts, I've given you a lot of information. If World War III really starts today, how did we get there? And there are a lot of people who think that really if Obama and Hillary are going to accomplish what they've been put there to do, they might actually need to instigate the war before January 20, 2017. I don't know. If Hillary wins, she could do it later, all right? But we are rushing headlong into a precipice here. How did we get here? You need to understand this. Okay, how did we get here? Especially you millennials, if you haven't watched the news, I'm going to catch you up on how we got here. It will make a lot of sense. Biblically speaking, the destruction of Damascus was predicted 2,700 years ago in the book of Isaiah, chapter 17. And it is currently being fulfilled. Mainly by ISIS. Mainly by ISIS, which we now see is funded by Saudi Arabia and supported by the US. It's not a mistake, even though they said, I showed you all throughout the World War III series. I said, how could it be a mistake that the US accidentally...
No, I didn't know they did, but it's beautiful. I'm glad they're doing that. That's sweet.
How is it possible that they give weapons and money to the wrong people? They got the most advanced technology in the world. And you're saying we're to believe that America makes these kind of mistakes. Instead of bombing ISIS, they are bombing the people trying to kill ISIS. So why is all this happening? Because it seems like Saudi Arabia and America, backed by Saudi money, want the destruction of a Shia government in Syria. Saudi Arabia is the biggest, the main Sunni country in the Middle East, and they don't like the Shias, which is Iran and Syria, and also parts of Iraq. So the destruction of Syria, which is centered in Damascus, the capital is there, is happening. And that's where Paul got saved, by the way. We wouldn't have Paul the Apostle, okay, unless he went on the way to Damascus and got born again, kicked off his horse. So Damascus is a historical city, biblical place, and now it's just being ruined, like Isaiah prophesied. What has been happening all this time? While we live here safe in Australia, during this ISIS onslaught, Christians were being murdered by the thousands. Christians were either killed, crucified, beheaded, or they were forced to leave their homes. And when they left their homes, they found no place. Australia didn't open our borders, our home, to them. If you want to take refugees, Americans, Australia, Canada could have taken all these persecuted Christians. But you know what happened? The Christians, when they got on the boat, the Muslims who found out they were Christians threw them off the boat. So you survive Syria and you get killed on the boat. Those who were not thrown off the boat, they were persecuted and raped in the refugee camps. So then you have to leave the refugee camps, and then what? You are not an asylum seeker. Because they go and pick the asylum seekers from the refugee camps. So the worst treated people in the world right now are the Christians. And this just happened. This month, October 2016. This happened in Syria. ISIS crucifies 11 Christian missionaries, cuts fingertips off 12-year-old in front of preacher father before killing them. ISIS state militants in Syria tortured and killed this 12-year-old boy and 11 indigenous Christians after they refused to leave their homeland or renounce Christ. Christian Aid Mission reported that all 12 victims were abducted on the 7th of August 2016 in a village on the outskirts of Aleppo. So while all this is happening, everybody knows it, even we in Australia know it, America did nothing to help Christians or to fight against ISIS. Putin, the leader of Russia, stayed out of Syria until the government, the elected government of Syria, invited Vladimir Putin to come in. So he's there legally, he's there legitimately. Russia immediately inflicted serious damage to ISIS and freed many Christians. If you were a Christian there, you would be praying for salvation, for rescue, and Vladimir Putin would have been your answer. See, this is the propaganda is so thick in the American mainstream media. You'd never see Vladimir Putin that way. Of course, he might not be the cleanest guy, the most moral guy, but he's not all. Neither is he the most evil. Rather than celebrating, Obama and the Saudis were mad that Russia had been successful in fighting ISIS. America, which had ignored, now this is the sin of America, America, which had ignored the Christian massacre, stepped in to do what? To threaten Russia and to kill Syrian soldiers and to help ISIS. Why do they hate Syria so much? We have another fellow Aussie. She calls herself the Syrian girl. She said in an article, why the New World Order hates Assad. And I would agree with most of her reasons, not all. Let me give them to you. She said the reason the New World Order hates Assad is because, number one, Syria's central bank is not owned by a Rothschild or controlled by the global bankers. Number two, Syria refuses to go into debt and borrow from the IMF. The IMF is a Western globalist organization that wants everybody in the world to be in debt to them. That means the citizens, de facto, pay taxes to the IMF because of the interest that the IMF would earn. Syria wouldn't do that. Syria has banned genetically modified seeds.
Wow.
You ban GMOs, you get bombed. Syria's media and universities openly debate about global powers and oppose the New World Order. That doesn't even happen in Australia anymore. In the public schools and the universities, you are dumbified. You're not allowed to question climate change. Say settled. There's no such thing as settled in science. You're always open to debate. Science is you must look for evidence to falsify your hypothesis. You must always be open to that. That's the scientific method. But you can't oppose global powers and the New World Order, except in Syria, in their academia, they do. 5, Syria has massive oil and gas reserves where the West must spread democracy. I'm so over that now. The West spreading democracy is such a cover for war. People are sovereign. People don't want democracy.
It's an ad, guys.
A critical step in getting a sprayer to perform is to physically park it in the row and to have a look at how
democracy. They don't have to be forced, have democracy rammed down their throat. Democracy is just one form of government, and it hasn't been proven to be the most moral either. But even if it's the best, which biblically speaking, it's a monarchy, isn't it, in the Bible? Jesus is going to be a monarch over the world. But even if we're good, the West has no right. We should not be so arrogant as to impose it on sovereign states. Number 6, Syrian girl says they're hated because Syria opposes Israel. Now that's absolute nonsense, and this is where, unfortunately, when you're a Muslim, you seem to be indoctrinated with anti-Semitism, like it's in your genes. It's unfortunate because she sees so many things that are true, but this is clearly not true because all the Arab states oppose Israel, and yet they're not getting bombed. So that couldn't be the reason, could it, Syrian girl? And number 7, she says, because Syria is a secular Muslim state. Again, I call that into question. She seems very spot on other things, but so is Turkey, a secular state. And Turkey's not getting bombed by the West. So I don't think that's the main issue, all right? But she does see the other issues. When it comes to Israel, Muslims are generally, these commentators are generally unified in being anti-Semitic. So they can question certain things, but they can't question other things. And, if you free your mind, you can't question these things. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, made a very startling comment about the situation. We have witnessed a fundamental change of circumstances when it comes to the aggressive Russophobia, that means the fear of Russia, that now lies at the heart of US policy towards Russia. It's not just a rhetorical Russophobia, but aggressive steps that really hurt our national interests and pose a threat to our security. So the provocation of war with Russia is the greatest threat on earth right now as we speak. And right now as the presidential candidates debate. And soon, whoever is going to be the new president, this is the greatest threat. But it only seems like Trump takes it seriously. You can see the hostility between Obama and Vladimir Putin. It was captured at the G12 summit in China last month. And you know what?
And look how pathetic it looks. Putin's a black belt at judo. And look at Obama trying to stare him down. Putin would kick Obama's ass. Seriously. What a joke. I would kick Obama's ass.
It's like cutting off the head and putting another head on. It's going to be the same body. It's going to be the same hostility. Russia, to its credit, you must say, Russia has been very restrained. If any of the following happened to America, I don't think Americans have an equal amount of restraint or self-control. Now, on the 24th of November last year, 2015, a Turkish F-16 fighter shot down a Russian Sukhoi Su-24M bomber aircraft near the Syrian-Turkish border on account of it violating the Turkish airspace for 17 seconds. And that's just ludicrous. And the Russians even call into question through their radar tracking that this is false. But even if it was true, 17 seconds you shoot down a friend? Russia did nothing. Such restraint. Can you imagine if an American jet was shot down in Cuba? America would immediately retaliate and bomb the heck out of Cuba. The Russians did nothing. They did nothing. I mean, this is statesmanship. This is looking farsighted. And Russia has always been known to do this. It's like America is playing checkers, but the Russians play chess. And they think long term.
It's like China.
Then
China's
Russia
like that.
and the US agreed to a Syrian ceasefire. They're both in Syria. They agreed, let's stop firing each other. Let's stop. After which agreement, Russia said the US violated the ceasefire at least 20 times. So it's not even worth the paper it's signed on. Headline, how the US became ISIS Air Force. Because the US airstrikes target regions that are not even controlled by ISIS. Headline, the US admits airstrike in Syria meant to hit ISIS, accidentally killed Syrian official government soldiers. In fact, on the 17th of September 2016, they've already admitted that the US mistakenly killed over 80 Syrian soldiers. Can you imagine if North Korea said, we accidentally killed 80 American soldiers stationed in South Korea. Sorry, it's an accident. America would not hold its peace. America would become bellicose and would immediately start a war with North Korea. But Russia has shown amazing amount of restraint. You got to give them credit. If a war is coming, which we think it is, Russia has been very restrained.
That's true.
Then America says, here's our proposal. After they've done all this, we demand a no-fly zone over Syria, but only for Syrian planes and Russian planes. Yeah, that's exactly what? Are you crazy? This is the Obama administration proposal. The Russian ambassador to the UN rightly said, hey, wasn't this the same tactic that you guys had in Libya? And look at what happened in Libya. Again, if you don't know, millennials, let me catch you up. We are rushing to World War III under Obama and Clinton. In March 2011, NATO, which is America-led, imposed a no-fly zone over Libya, after which they flew into Libya. They said no-fly zone, then they flew in to enforce the no-fly zone. What happened? This. The legitimate government of Gaddafi fell, and Gaddafi was murdered. On the 20th of October 2011, Obama and Clinton...
Guys, it was hardly a legitimate government. He got Libya in a coup, so it was hardly a legitimate government. I think he's wrong there.
Successfully murdered the Libyan leader, Muammar Gaddafi, who dared to propose a gold-backed currency called the dinar. Now, if you don't know why that's important to America, that new currency that's gold-backed would challenge the U.S.-Saudi petrol for dollar agreement set up in the 1970s. Petrol for dollar agreement. That agreement is what gives the U.S. dollar the world currency status. Okay, what does that mean? It means America's printing money is not worth very much, but they agreed with Saudi Arabia, everybody who buys oil is going to have to pay in U.S. dollar. So what does that create? An artificial demand for U.S. dollar. I explained it this way to my kids. Okay, they get it. I said, imagine that the whole world, you make the whole world agree that everything that's going to be bought has to be bought with your jelly beans. What would happen to your jelly beans? The whole world will come for your jelly beans because we have no way to buy things except through your jelly beans. Even though your jelly bean isn't worth a hill of beans, everybody artificially will want the jelly bean. That's the US dollar, a pile of jelly beans. When it collapses, it's going to be worth jelly beans. So one guy tried to oppose this petrodollar system, and he was immediately killed. And their excuse was, first, instating the no-fly zone. So Russia said, hey, wait, we've seen this before, when we refuse to comply. Then, on the 12th of September 2012, the question is, would Hillary Clinton, if you vote for her, would she rush to war? She's already done it. She's done it in Libya. Then, in September 2012, Clinton lied that the attacks on the U.S. embassy in Libya was not terrorist, but it was spontaneous rioting against an anti-Muslim cartoon, according to her. And that's been now falsified. Hillary Clinton told the U.S. military to stand down on September 11. There's a movie made about it, and not help Ambassador Stevens, who asked for help, I think it was over 200 times. And the aftermath is 4 Americans dead. Those people's blood are on Hillary Clinton's hands. And there's Ambassador Stevens.
You bet there's a lot.
Dead today because of Hillary. Not only that, it just goes on and on. If you don't pay attention to the news, there's blood all over these guys' hands. The US and the UK have backed Saudi Arabia invading Yemen since March 2015. Saudi Arabia and Qatar are the biggest funders of Obama and Hillary Clinton. Wonder if there's any conflict of interest there. US politicians look after the interests of Saudi Arabia and evidently not of America. Headline, US and UK continue to actively participate in Saudi war crimes targeting of Yemeni civilians. The Obama administration, after Hillary Clinton received millions of dollars of donation from Saudi Arabia, offered to sell $115 billion worth of weapons to Saudi Arabia. What a sweet deal. Oh, no bribe, we just gave donations and gifts. But then they got the biggest arm deals in the universe. It's the biggest. Quote, the Saudis, Hillary, and the destruction of Yemen. Reported again in October 2016. The Saudi bombing of a funeral in Sana'a, Yemen, killed 200 people and wounded over 500. These are war crimes that Hillary Clinton and Obama do not care about. Now they say, oh, Russia, they're accusing Russia of war crimes in Syria. What about bombing a funeral procession in Yemen? Well, they don't care because they're mates with the Saudi royal family. So here's the rush to World War III. The US has said they're cutting off talks with Russia over Syria. They call Russia's Syrian policy barbaric at the United Nations Security Council meeting. They accused Russia of war crimes in Syria. They said we should investigate them. I wonder what about American war crimes? Hillary Clinton has demonized Russia at least 3 times during her presidential debates. Very troubling. She blamed Russia for the WikiLeaks during this presidential election cycle. And Russia says, we got nothing to do with it. It's WikiLeaks exposing your corruption, Hillary Clinton. The things that have been exposed are not denied. They really happened. These are words from her own campaign. And her campaign has been anti-Christian, has had a cover-up of 50,000 deleted emails, on and on and on. But she blames Russia. So if you want war with Russia, please vote for Hillary Clinton. You are going to get it. She will carry out Obama's 3rd term. She will just be a different head on the same beast. And WikiLeaks has revealed that Clinton knew. See, they denied this all the time, but then emails come out that she knew, and she wrote, the Saudi and Qatari governments themselves are funding ISIS. If you knew that, isn't it immoral and unethical for you to receive millions of dollars from the same people and claim that you're fighting ISIS? Again, Rabbi Glaserson has found this table of Hillary Clinton and Obama in the Bible codes. It says, they are defiled. The left, the abomination unto the Lord. And the year 2016, Hillary and Obama intertwined in the Bible code. And the text where this appears is Deuteronomy 17, verse 1. The plain text says, an abomination unto the Lord thy God. That is a strong confirmation. When the subtext agrees with the text, they are an abomination unto the Lord. So here's my proposed scenario. What's going to happen? I can't believe Clinton would not understand this. Here's the current world situation under Obama, Clinton. We've got an invasion by America of Libya. Toppled government is in turmoil. Sudan in turmoil. Killing Christians. America doesn't convict the war crimes by the Muslims killing Christians. Turkey in turmoil. Had a military coup 3 months ago. Syria in turmoil because America has invaded Syria and trying to topple Assad. Iraq in turmoil because Obama pulled the military out too early, now finding out they need to put back in the military. Yemen in turmoil because Saudi Arabia is using American planes and American bombs to destroy Yemen. This is the world right now. It's about to get worse. If Hillary does what she's going to do, and if she doesn't understand what's going to happen, she's incompetent. She understands what's going to happen, she's evil. Under what she's trying to do right now, she's going to pull Russia into World War III. Russia's in, what do you think happens next? Ukraine is in. Ukraine attacks Crimea immediately. Russia has to attack Ukraine and probably Poland. China comes in. China's allied with Russia, and China's waiting to take the islands in the South China Sea. Iran comes in. Iran has to help both Syria and Yemen because those are the Shia governments that the Americans and the Saudis are trying to topple. As Iran comes in, Israel has to attack Iran. If Israel attacks Iran, Turkey, even though they're Sunni, will come in and sandwich Iran. And Turkey would both sandwich Israel. This would be the fulfillment of the Ezekiel 38-39 war. See, all this for 2,000, how many? 500 years has been theory. Now, we're talking about days away. You're living in exciting times. Aren't you glad you came to church? You're going to be safe, but you have to trust in Jesus. Then, I don't know if you realize, Pakistan. There is a keg, a boiling keg in Pakistan that's waiting to explode because India and Pakistan are both acquiring weapons to kill each other. A war is going to start in Pakistan. and then North Korea. North Korea is the only one, I think, that would dare to be the first to launch nuclear weapons. Now, if Russia's provoked, they're the bear, they got the most nuclear warheads, they could stealthily come with the submarines and bomb the east and the west coast of America. America wouldn't even know it, because their submarines are that stealth. And that would fulfill the vision that was given in the 1980s that I talked about. But North Korea would probably pounce first, and America would have nuclear bombs going off all over. So, if World War III started today, who would be the first city? My suggestion, since everything is circling around the vortex of Syria, and so many people are interested in Syria, America's not going to give up. Because if they do, they will have revealed to all the dictators and all the enemies of the world that America is weak. This is like a fight to the death for America because they can't really pull out. If you're American, if you're power hungry, lustful for more power, you've got to try to maintain this image in Syria. Russia's not going to pull out. Russia's backing Assad. Iran is not going to pull out. They're backing Assad. So there has to be a Syria resolution. And it just seems like there's no way out. If Assad won't go, in order to fulfill Isaiah chapter 17, there seems to be one more way. You just nuke Damascus. Now, this would be crazy. Yes, this would be absolutely insane. But now you can see, since they're in a stalemate, what if they said, well, ISIS got their hands on a dirty bomb by proxy? We didn't do it directly. Somebody else did it. We cannot attribute it to America directly. But a bomb goes off in Damascus. I'm telling you, everything else will fall like dominoes. So we know that it's going to happen somewhere. Zechariah 14 verse 12 says, their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet. Their eyes shall consume away in their holes. Their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. That is the immediate consequence of a nuclear explosion. And Damascus may be the first nuked. Okay, so again, going out on a limb, saying Damascus may be the very first one. Revelation 13 verse 10. Let's end with this practical scripture. What should we do? If we know World War III may start any day now, what should we do? Revelation 13 is quite clear. Let me show this to you. Three groups of people. Anyone who is destined for prison will be taken to prison.
Revelation
Anyone
12.
destined to die by the sword will die by the sword. This means that God's holy people must endure persecution patiently and remain faithful. This is the New Living Translation. All right, so there are three groups of people during the tribulation. Revelation 13 is well into the tribulation. We believe Christians who want to be out of here can escape, right? But here are the three groups of people if you're living through this hell. Number one, there will be believers in prison. Jails all over the world will be opened up for Christians. They will persecute Christians. Christians who are jailed may only spend 10 days in jail. According to Revelation chapter 2, verse 10, the persecution may be only 10 days because they can't be bothered to feed you. So if you're a believer and you're in the tribulation and you get caught and go to jail, your jail time may be very short. I'm not going to bother to feed you and take care of you all through the tribulation. Number two, believers who are destined to be beheaded. Again, this agrees with other cross references. Okay, the first one, Revelation 2, verse 10, talks about 10 days of persecution. Revelation 20, verse 4, talks about those who are beheaded as martyrs during the tribulation. And third category of believers will escape the Antichrist. They will escape and they will have to endure because they have escaped. Okay, so that agrees with Luke chapter 21, verse 36, which I also interpret to mean that before all this happens, there is an escape, which is to put your trust in Jesus now. Have your sins be judged now on the cross. Your sins have been judged on the cross, but you've got to take that sentence. You've got to believe that Jesus took the sentence for you, and then you are cleared, declared innocent. Then you become born again, you become saved, and when the rapture occurs, whatever your theory of the rapture is, there is a rapture, then you escape. The Bible says, watch and pray that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things. Clearly, God offers a way out. So there is a reward for accepting early. You wait, you delay, you become like the 5 virgins who weren't ready. Then the door is shut and you say, hey, I wanted to believe Jesus. Too late. I wanted to get into the kingdom of heaven. Too late. You must make a decision at the appropriate time. It's the door of grace right now. It's open to you. You must make a decision to accept Jesus now. Hillary Clinton said, I am the last thing standing before you and the apocalypse. I don't think there's been any other presidential candidate who has ever made such a prophetic prophetic statement. I've never heard it. People have to look it up, fact check, but I've never heard it before. That's astounding. Now, she meant that she will protect you from Armageddon if you vote for her. But I think that it's a prophetic slip. And it means that she
One for
made
Israel.
the last step to Armageddon. She said, I am the last thing. I'm the last thing that stands between you and Armageddon. What does that mean? The last step. The last step to Armageddon. She may be the woman, the whore that rides the beast in Revelation 17 to 18. And then Armageddon happens, and it's over very quickly in Revelation 19. She is proposing to America that she's the one that can stop it. I dare say that's blasphemy. She's not going to stop it. She's not going to protect you from the Antichrist and Armageddon. In fact, the only person that could is Jesus Christ. So I urge you again, as you're listening, as you're hearing the word of God come to you, we're not trying to scare you. We're not trying to make you live in fear. You can live in faith that the Son of God is not afraid of this war. He will win this war. It's already predicted. And he will lead all who believe into safety and into 1,000
It's as simple as that, guys, isn't it?
But you
We've
don't
got
get to
nothing
go
to
in
fear.
if you denied him or rejected him at the time that the offer was given. The offer of salvation is now. And every time you're listening.
Okay, guys, I'll finish off on a couple of Jewish testimonies. They go for 5 or 6 minutes each. They're interesting, and some of them make me tear up. They're so beautiful.
I had a yacht in the south. At the time came when the stock market crashed. I lost everything. I remember, as a little boy, my Orthodox Jewish grandfather leave the room we were in and go upstairs several times a day. I said to Grandma, where does Grandpa go every day? Oh, she said, he goes to speak with God. So I thought to myself, if Grandpa goes to speak with God, God must be a very important person. My parents saved up to send me to college, and then I became a barrister at law, and I loved being on my feet with the wig and the gown. I'm sure you've seen it. Unfortunately, I had a phone call from my mother. My father was in hospital, and that he was very ill. And I had to hang up my wig and my gown, and I had to look after his business of no other children. I became hardened, and I wanted so much to prove to all these people that I could make money as well. And years went by, and I married a lovely girl. Her name was Valerie, and I became very successful. About 5 years after that, I turned my finance company into a bank. And 5 years after that, the bank went onto the stock market, and I became a multi-millionaire. I had a yacht in the south of France, and a Rolls Royce, and a huge house, and I felt on top of the world. The press called me Midas, and I was full of ego, and I was full of myself. I was my own God. I didn't take any interest at all in the one true God. And the time came when the stock market crashed, because the price of oil climbed dramatically, and I lost everything. So I went from one extreme to the other. One day I was very rich, and the next day I was suddenly treating people without the champagne and caviar, and I was taking Valium and drinking whiskey. And I was very, very unhappy. One day in Los Angeles, several extraordinary things happened. We went to a Bible study in someone's house, and he was a Jewish man. I was sitting there, I didn't know anyone around me. There were clearly Jews and Gentiles. And I was deeply in thought about what I'd heard from the man who'd done the teaching from the Bible, from the Old Testament. And a woman came up to me after the lesson, and she simply said to me, she said, "Joseph, are you now ready to receive Yeshua, Jesus, as your Messiah?" And when we went out of that place, Valerie said to me, "Joseph, there's something I have to tell you. Something very special happened to me." She said, "They told me about Jesus and who he is, and I have accepted Jesus as my Messiah." And I looked at her and I said, "I've done the same." And I burst into tears. I'm not ashamed to tell you. And I probably cried for 10, 12 minutes. And I received Yeshua. And I knew that something big had happened to me. Well, in the weeks and months that followed, we went to synagogues, we went to churches, very uncomfortable in churches, but they talked about Jesus. And I decided I wanted to learn more. I went to a seminary, and later on I became a teacher of the Bible, pastor of a small church, and that was a wonderful experience. And I loved telling people about it. Jesus is Jewish. All the apostles are Jewish. And when people say to me, "Oh, you've converted," I say to them, "No, I haven't converted unless Jesus has converted." Practically all the Bible was written by Jews, and I feel very much at home. It was very hard for Valerie. She picked up a germ that was in a bad part of her body even before she knew me, when she was a teenager. In those days, they didn't have the medical knowledge to know how to stop it spreading. Unfortunately, years later, she passed away, and I will never forget the wonderful time I had with Valerie, whom I adored and loved. I have struggled with why God allowed her to suffer so much. But we have to trust in God, and we have to realize that his ways are not our ways. And I'm sure she'll be well one day when heaven opens up for those who believe in Jesus. He was divine, he was indeed the Son of God. He did indeed come to this earth, which to me today, many years later, is still amazing to me that God would send his own Son to help us reach out to him and be forgiven for our sins. I had missed something for many years of my life. I think if you ask me what was my overriding emotion, and that was gratitude. Thanks to God for showing me the truth. Thanks to God for allowing me to share that truth with other people.
All of a sudden, I come up out of my body, I turn over, and I'm looking down upon myself, and I float away. And I come back, and I come back into my body. Something was going on. What I didn't know was what side it was on. Was it from the light or from the dark? So I was born into a secular Jewish home. We celebrated Passover, Sukkot, Hanukkah, and I remember going to synagogue a lot. The prayers were done in Hebrew. We didn't really understand what we were saying. And we would be like, this is what we do as Jewish people, but what are we actually saying? I remember, being in temple and just sitting there listening to the rabbi, just looking up at the stained glass windows. And I didn't feel God in the congregation. I felt him personally. And so growing up in a Jewish family, there's a lot of pressure on success, achievement, good grades, good school, good job. And so as I left for high school and I left for college, I had to pick a major, and I went to a school for business, although all I really wanted to do was sing, dance, and do sports. But I feel that this is what I have to do. And it really tore me up. I'm not succeeding here. I'm not doing well. Not only did I feel like I was disappointing my parents, I was disappointing myself. I've had it. I'm out of here. And I left college. So that whole experience over those years of trying and effort and failing just primed me for a headfirst dive into New Age spirituality. So here I am meditating, finding silence and the peace and emptying my mind. And the problem with that is that in an empty space, something's going to come in. I would start to feel this oppression, this sense of odd control nudging me into certain directions. Go here, go there, pick that up, turn around and walk back. And I felt like if I didn't do what that presence or that voice was telling me to do, something bad would happen to me. I even had an outer body experience once where here I am laying on my bed, and all of a sudden I come up out of my body, I turn over, and I'm looking down upon myself, and I float away, and I come back into my body. Something was going on. What I didn't know was what side it was on. Was it from the light or from the dark? And come to find out that sure enough, it was from the dark. I was doing everything I can to put on a happy face and not let anybody know what was happening inside of me, but people knew. So my wife started noticing that I was going into depression. I remember one day lying on the floor in my wife's arms, just bawling my eyes out. And I'm crying, and I'm looking up at her, and I'm saying, I'm sorry. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've spent 20 years in an effort to become more spiritual, successful, enlightened, and I have nothing to show for it. I'm empty. And to be honest, I really didn't have much strength or effort to live anymore. But I looked at my beautiful wife, and I looked at my beautiful children, and I said, wow, there's no way I can take myself out of this world, even though I have no desire to live. I'm tired of pretending like I'm some sort of advanced spiritual being, when deep down inside I knew that I was broken. And I thought, what's wrong with me? I've dedicated the last 10 years, 12 years, 15 years to meditation and spiritual practice, positive affirmations, and I have nothing to show for it. So here I am, I'm going to the gym, and this really tall guy comes up to me, and he looks at me and he says, I've been watching you, and we're about the same age, and I just want to know, what do you eat? And I said, okay, well, you don't really want to know what I eat. He's like, what, burgers and pizza and whatever you want? And I was like, no. I'm like, well, I eat a plant-based diet. So the next day I come in and I look at this guy, he's over at the other side of the gym, and I'm like, I kind of feel drawn to this guy. I want to go ask him a question. So I walk over and ask him, I said, hey, what do you do, by the way? And he goes, I'm a pastor. And for some reason that sparked something in me. And so I started asking him these questions, and he'd give me these really concise answers, and then I'd go home and I'd say, honey, I had this interesting experience at the gym, and we talked a little bit about Christianity. We talked a little bit about him being a pastor and what he does. So one of the biggest things that my wife was having trouble with was, how can she be Jewish and believe in Jesus? Because everything that she'd heard up at that time was, Jesus is not for the Jews. And so she was wrestling with that, and she came upon videos from One for Israel. Videos, testimony videos of Jewish people coming to faith in Jesus. And my son would come home, he's like, yeah, I just had these great experiences about learning about Jesus. And we were like, something's going on here. And so I went back to the gym, and I saw this other guy on the other side of the gym. I was like, he has something in him that I want. He looks happy. There's a spark in him. So I went over and I introduced myself, and he goes, can I pray for you? And I said, okay, why not? And at the end of the prayer, he says, in Jesus' name. Day after day, I kept coming back to the gym, and I had this desire to look for this guy. And I would go up for him specifically for prayer. And every day I said, in Jesus' name, I started to feel like something was happening. And what I realized over time was that peace, it wasn't the absence of something. It was the presence of something. Or should I say, someone. When I heard the name Jesus, when I heard the name Yeshua, when I started to study and read about him, when my family went out into the world, had experiences that were related to Jesus, and we came home, we felt life. For the first time, we felt life. And it was at that moment that my wife and I, we got on our knees and we gave our lives to Jesus, Yeshua. And I knew that Jesus was the only one. The only one.
Amen. See? You know, all the legit guys, they tear up.
And it was at that moment this energy went through me that I'd never felt before. The depression, the anxiety, the fear, chronic issues that I've been carrying with me my entire life. In one moment, were gone. So here I am now believing in Jesus and following Jesus and, a new man. And I got to go face my parents again. We go down and visit them and we just, said, hey, we have found new life in Jesus. And my mom was like, that's nice for you, but why can't you just be Jewish? Why can't you just stay Jewish? And I'm like, Mom, if you only knew that following Jesus was the most Jewish thing you could ever do.
Oh no, let me go to the. Hang on. One for Israel. Let's pop on some we haven't seen yet.
It's like I had a hole inside me. My parents were not happily married. When I was about 5 years old, I would talk to God and I would say, "Dear God, I think you've made a mistake. I'm not supposed to be with this family." And I would talk like that practically every night because of my unhappiness. My father backed horses during the day and greyhounds during the night. He was very unfaithful to my mother. He had several affairs. Growing up, it wasn't a happy place. Well, as time went by, I met the man that I was going to marry. He actually managed a young man called Jack Wild. Soon after that, he was introduced to a band called Yes. They went on the road with the first concerts in America. As the tour went on, Yes's album started to climb and climb and climb and do so well. The joy of it was short-lived because I had to live my life myself. All this time, I was alone in London, and they were away for 6 weeks. We lived in one house, and then we moved to another, and as things became more successful, I was always alone. No matter how many clothes I bought, no matter how many houses we had, my life was empty. It's like I had a hole inside me. Just sitting at home waiting for Brian to come home from the tours was very difficult. And then when he came home, it was like a stranger, and he wasn't a good communicator. I had no idea at the time, or maybe I did, but I was in denial and I didn't want to look at things as they were, that he was actually having affairs. So I was searching and searching and searching, and a friend in LA sent me a letter. The only words I ever remembered were,
"Hey Lynn, good to see you, sis. I'm going soon. I've got about 20 minutes left, so sorry."
I didn't really know who God was. I mean, being Jewish, he was Adonai, Elohim. But on this day, I was talking to God, and I said to him, "Born again, that sounds good to me. How do you get born again? How can I make restitution for everything wrong that I have done in my life?" At this point in time, I went with Brian into Beverly Hills, and he dropped me at my friend Frankie's house. And we went to this place called Carlos and Charlie's on Sunset. And then this woman arrived, and she sat opposite me at the table. Her name is Susan Mineo. and she managed Donna Summer, and I could not stop staring at her. So I said to her, Susan, can I ask you a question? She said, yes. I said, are you born again? She said, yes. And I looked at her and I said, you have something that I want, and I know that I can't buy it with money. I wanted the peace that I saw in Susan Mineo's eyes. I had been searching for that peace my whole life, through my unhappy childhood, through my time of smoking dope, snorting coke, taking sleeping pills, drinking. And so at the table, they held my hands and I prayed. I accepted Yeshua. That's just the beginning. When Brian found out that I had received the Lord, he went crazy. What are you doing? You're Jewish. This is all anti-Semitism, blah, 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 blah. I never really talked to Brian about what was in the Bible. I wasn't one of those people that hit him over the head with the Bible and all that stuff. I just quietly prayed. And I lived what I had been reading. But eventually, he left. I stayed in that marriage for 3 years. I decided that I would get a divorce. If you read Isaiah 53, it tells you that he was pierced for our transgressions. All our iniquities were put on him. And those stripes that were on his back are the very things that heal us. Because I was so lost in my heart, I know this to be true. So I would say to people that say to me, you can't be Jewish and believe in Jesus. I would say, I'm Jewish.
Lynn, I'm out in 5 or 10 minutes myself, sis.
A cousin of mine came to visit. She'd just become a believer in Yeshua and started telling us, maybe he's the Jewish Messiah. I went to church with her once, just because I was curious. I thought they were all insane, and I was not at all interested in what was going on. But I felt something different. My dad found out where we had been. All hell broke loose. My dad freaked out and nearly kicked my cousin out of the house. He did not speak to us for 2 weeks.
As soon as dinner was over, my mother gets this kind of weird look on her face, like something uncomfortable is going on. When the dishes are cleared, she says to us, I have something really important I want to tell you all. It's very difficult for me to say, and I know you're going to think I'm crazy. And we're like leaning on the edge of our chairs. Couldn't imagine what was going to come out. And she tells us that she now believes in Jesus. And that's when I freaked out and said this, oh my God, I don't even know who that woman is sitting there, but I don't know her. That's not my mother. Mom, this can't be.
When I had shared with my family that I had received Yeshua as my Messiah, there was a lot of rejection.
Oh, he's going outside.
How can you do this? And don't you know what Christians have done
Hang on, I'll go and find
for years? And thought I had joined a cult.
Hang on, Mark, I'll find you.
My sister, my brother, because we were talking together. What do you think? Could he be the Messiah? And my sister was horrified. It was like I just asked the most horrible thing ever, and I could feel this wall come up. Absolutely not. Do not look into this. Are you crazy?
The rabbis have looked into the Hebrew scriptures.
Good night, Mark. I'm a very high maintenance dog, and I drive my brother Colin mad.
Ready for this really cool event that we're going to. I have one of these guys come up to me from the trip, and he came and he said, I heard that you believe in Jesus. I said, yeah. He says, well, why? According to our Bible, it says here, here, and here things about the Messiah. I believe that Yeshua came and fulfilled those things. And his roommate in the hotel was getting ready. And as we kept talking, I could see his roommate getting visibly more angry. This former Air Force guy cursed me out at the top of his lungs with every expletive you can think of. I had never been berated like that before. And there were even people in the hall who had heard this guy shouting at me and were kind of looking to see what was going on. And at the party, the leaders of Birthright Group of Taglit pulled me aside. They said, so we've spoken to our superiors. You're going to have to leave the trip.
I couldn't deny that Yeshua was real. But I was faced with this dilemma of my dad, my friends. What's going to happen? It was such a big struggle in my heart. You know, do you go with the truth or do you go with what's comfortable?
And so I flew home and my dad picked me up from New York. And the first question he asked me was, are you angry at them? And I thought for a second. I said, Dad, it had never occurred to me to be angry. They're not rejecting me. They're rejecting the Messiah who lives inside of me.
Years later, they've seen the positive change in my life. And now Maxie and I are, for the most part, assimilated back into our families. We're being invited to weddings and bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs. Jesus is an Israeli Jewish man. It's not easy being a follower of Yeshua. It's not easy being a Jewish follower of Yeshua.
Whatever the cost was, I figured it's worth it. I love my family more than anything. And I want them to accept me. But sometimes when you say or you choose a side, you have to choose it and you stand on it.
My mother says to me, hey, guess what? I met a Jewish rabbi and he's a believer in Jesus. Every afternoon she's bringing me in these little things to read, these little pamphlets, little tracts. There's all these prophecies about the Messiah, the Bible. And these pamphlets are all talking about how all these things are fulfilled by Jesus in the New Testament. And I started looking up, are these things really in there? And sure enough, they are. Every one is in. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to make of this. We started attending the Bible study every Tuesday. And now for the first time ever, I'm meeting other Jewish believers in Jesus like myself. So I began to pray for the first time. And one of the things I was praying for was, God, you need to really show me that this faith in Jesus is real, because look at all I've given up, being ostracized, and life is crazy now.
I mean, to have a close relationship with God, the truth is worth it. Life with Yeshua would be worth it.
Maybe you have a story to add to these. For some of us, our decision to follow Yeshua comes with a high cost. And truthfully, as tough as these situations seem, others have paid a much higher cost for their faith. And this takes us...
Okay, guys, good night. Great show. Thanks for joining.
Blessed are those who have been persecuted for the sake of righteousness,